Hey everybody, and welcome to a new episode of Design Cinema. This is Feng speaking, and we are at episode 113. Alright, finally, we'll get to design and draw some stuff for this episode. And I'll be doing everything in real time, not gonna fast forward anything, not gonna edit anything out. So what you see is what you get, exactly as if you are in a classroom with me. So therefore, this episode is probably going to run pretty long. I'm guessing at least 2.5 to 3 hours, which is totally fine because I don't want to put the impression that everything we do in this industry is all fast and quick and all these speed painting things. Because for students to see that actually could give you the wrong impression as if everyone in the industry is just working within like 30 minutes, 1 hour. When in reality, things take time, especially the thinking phase, which is what we're going to be doing today. Notice I also point the camera down to my Wacom tablet as well as the keyboard because I want you guys to see sort of what my hands are doing as I'm going through these drawings. This computer here is actually my Design Cinema computer. It is not what I use normally for work. So yeah, when I'm not recording, this computer pretty much just sits there. It's still a pretty okay computer. It's a few years old now, but it still has a 4080 inside, which is good enough for a blender once we get to that. Notice I'm also rocking a really old Wacom tablet here. This is the Intuos 3. I've been using these kind of Wacom forever. Even though I have the new ones and the Cintiqs and all those cool new toys, I still go back to my trusty Intuos 3 because this thing is built like a tank. It is indestructible, you know. So, and this nib here has worked for I don't know how many years now. I've drawn thousands of drawings with this pen, and it is still on this first nib from I think it's at least 10-15 years ago, this pen. So it's pretty cool. Okay, so all right, so enough of that small talk. Let's jump into today's episode, in which we are going to design. But I do want to start with a little bit of slides. I promise not too many PPTs for this week, but we're gonna have to do a little bit of it. Okay, so let's jump right in. Before we start, designing is very tiring on your mind. Okay, so for myself, I could usually only last about 2 to 3 hours of design thinking. This stuff burns a lot of brain cells, so that's why this episode, the longest it's going to run, is about 3 hours. And this is typical of my design days as well. Generally, I schedule these to be early in the week when I'm really rested, which goes to the next point right here, which is to get lots of sleep the night before. So if you know you're going to be doing design stuff the next day, then I recommend you get plenty of rest, which is what I done last night as well. I find myself that if I don't get enough sleep, my design sessions are going to be pretty bad. And over the course of many years, I've got enough experience to know when I need my energy before I start my design. Next one, if you can hit the gym or just do some push-ups, that can help because it kind of gets the blood flowing, gets the energy going. So before I started recording this episode, I did a couple push-ups just to get the muscles in your arms and hands going. Warm it up so you don't start with a bunch of cold muscles. Next, eat some healthy food, drink lots of water. So I got my water here. I got a 1.5 liter bottle here. And the next one is coffee, which is optional. But for me, coffee is a pretty comforting drink. So I have it next to me all times. If I could take a sip here. Yeah, this is going to be all real time. No editing anything out. Okay, so just sit back, relax, get your drinks and coffee ready because it's going to be a long ride today. All right, put on some good music. Obviously, I can't right now because I'm talking to you guys. But normally I put on some good music or a podcast just to have some white noise because when it's too quiet, at least for myself, it's almost too stressful because you're spending 100% of your time thinking, and I don't want that. I want part of my mind to kind of wander off because that generally gives me the best designs when I'm not 100% concentrating. It's kind of like riding a bike. If you think about pushing with your pedals and balancing, you probably fall, but the less you think about it, the better you will do. Okay. Next one, put yourself into the world you're about to design. So the way I do this is generally through music, like a soundtrack. So if I'm designing like a scary kind of IP, like an alien type of thing, then maybe I'll put on some scary music. If I'm doing a happy IP, maybe I'll put on some JRPG soundtrack, that kind of thing. So it just helps you put in the mood, okay? Which is the next one here, be in a good mood. This is pretty helpful because when you're designing, you want your mind to be pretty open, pretty free, so you can explore these ideas. Now, on days that you're not in a good mood, because we're human beings, there's no way you're happy 100% of the time. So if you could plan ahead of time where you come into the office, it's not so great. What I generally do is is I do muscle memory type work. So muscle memory is basically rendering. Okay, rendering doesn't take too much brain power. It's just it's all pretty standard stuff, lighting and that kind of stuff. So if I'm having a day in which I'm not in the mood to design, I just pick up something in which I could do muscle memory work on. Okay, so let's take a deep breath, which I'll do right now. Relax. And don't worry about messing up. This is really critical when designing. If you give yourself too much pressure to okay, today I gotta design something really cool, you're already making it hard for yourself. When I generally go into design project, I don't really plan too much. I have a general idea of what I want to do, but I want the sketches to show me what I want to come up with, which we're gonna get to very shortly here. And we gotta have fun. End of the day, this business is not that serious. We're doing games and films and so forth. Pretty relaxing job here, so we gotta have fun. All right, so this is the before starting point. Now let's jump in on what we're actually gonna do today. Okay, number one, establish a story. Remember in episode 112, we talked about how so many portfolios nowadays don't have any kind of content. All they have is the simple form exercise. That's the exact thing that we want to avoid for today's episode. We want to put in a story. But before we get that, we want to start the next one, which is answering the 5 W's. So let's do that now. Okay, so basically this is going to answer that. Okay, the 5W, as we mentioned in, I believe, last episode or the episode before that, okay, which is the what, the where, and the when. Okay, now these 3 topics are somewhat easy to do, and that's what those big towers are, right? Because they answer sort of all 3 of these. But if you only stop here, you're not really getting into the meat of design. This stuff is kind of easy. What we want to do today is answer the following 2 that are hard, which is the why, okay, and the who. Okay, this is going to get into our storytelling stuff. Okay, let me write a little bit better here. Classroom environment. So let's make this stuff nice and clear for everybody. All right. So why don't we do that now? Because once we answer this, we could then throw that stuff back into our story. So today's episode, my main goal here is to inspire you guys to start thinking. As I start sketching, you guys will see. You will also come with your ideas. You'll be like, Feng, I think if you do this, it'll be better. Where you have your own ideas. I think I'll do this better. Perfect. That's exactly what I want. I want you guys to start thinking about this. Okay, what would you do in these situations versus just focus on drawing and rendering? We're not going to do any of that today. We're not going to do beautiful render. We're going to do sketches. Okay, and you'll see how fun that stuff is as we get down to it. All right, so let's answer some of these questions. So like I said, the only thing I prepared ahead of time is I have a vague idea of what I want to do for these, and then off of those, I have gathered reference images. Everything else I haven't done, and we're going to do that live, essentially in front of you. Okay, so what it is, I want to do baby steps of design. Instead of doing something really difficult, let's take something everyone already have in your portfolio, which are those tower things, right? So why don't we start from these tower things, but let's add a story on top and make it a little bit more interesting than a lonely tower in the middle of nowhere. So let me zoom out a bit. So what we're going to do is, let's start here. So the what is going to be a tower of some kind. Okay, tower. So we got number 1 answered. Boom, tower. Okay, where? Okay, so this is where the story is going to start coming in, and this is part of what your job is. Okay, sometimes you'll get a script or a design brief. Sometimes you're working on your own portfolio. You could come up with your own story, right? So this is where you're starting to get paid. Okay, this is where your professional background comes in. So you got to plan this out to make it interesting. So the where, I think I'm gonna put it in a kind of a, you'll see as the story come in, a foresty thing. Okay, that's gonna be the where. When, I'm going to set this in a sort of a medieval, let's write this better. Okay, not exactly historic, but 500 AD sort of time period to maybe 1500, probably 1500, a little bit better. 500 is a little too early. Okay, AD plus a little bit of kind of not steampunk, maybe like diesel kind of technology, something with engines in it, just to make the visual stuff pretty cool. Yeah, mix that with a little bit of tall ship design. Okay, you'll see where this is all going later. Okay, so this is the technology that we'll be dealing with. Okay, the when. Now, why and the who, we gotta get back to story, and this is what I'm gonna start telling you about, sort of what I came up with. Let's draw some arrow here. Now I'm going to answer the two difficult ones. Let's draw a sketch. So I'm going to start with a landscape. Okay, I'm gonna draw this nicer later. Okay, for now, let's just figure out the story. Let's say we have this mountain spire thing. And on this, we're gonna have our medieval kind of kingdom. Okay, the typical stuff we see many times. Maybe you even have some of this in your portfolio. Okay. However, most portfolios stop at this point. Okay, this is all you render and put a little guy looking at it. Okay, but let's put story on top. So I came up with something pretty simple. Let's ask our question, why? Okay, why is this thing on the mountain in the first place? Okay, that's up to you to decide. So for me, I'm thinking, okay, there's got to be a reason for this. Okay, in an entertainment way. We don't have to make this 100% realistic. Otherwise, it's going to be too realistic. Right? I've got to make it fun. So I'm going to say, for some reason, the bottom of this area is going to start to open up cracks and creatures going to come out from it. Okay, and so this bottom layer is going to be very, very dangerous. Okay, so what we call these hard rules. Okay, these are things that IPs basically define. Okay, hard rules are things where once these are defined, we just stick with it. This is not to reality, or it could be reality. It's up to you. For example, in movies like Star Wars and a lot of your sci-fi films, the people could just walk in a spaceship without any kind of gravity, right? Or they have gravity in a traditional looking spaceship that looks like an airplane, right? But they could walk without any kind of aided gravitational things. So those are hard rules, like a set. Just tell the audience, we just accept this. This is the rule we made. So this will be a hard rule. So this is world background is like this. Now, of course, we could get deeper into that and try to explain the lore of why this stuff happened. But for now, I'm going to say the bottom is dangerous. Therefore, there's a reason why these people live on top. Okay, that's the why. Now, the who is going to be our main character. We got to design things around them. Okay, so I came up with things which is, if in this land the bottom layer is all dangerous, there might be other towers with civilizations on top. Okay, again, this is a hard rule that I've set for this particular story. So there's one maybe 100 kilometers away, right? Another one 200 kilometers away, right? So they have to travel between. So to do that, we're gonna have some airships, and they make their rounds between different towers. Okay, that's where the tall ship's gonna come in later. Okay, so let's do a simple story. Let's do something like a Nemo type of story. Someone's parents' job is to travel between these towers, delivering food, cargo, so forth, right? Because these towers could be manufacturing things. Maybe this one manufactures food, this one manufactures I don't know, clothing, right? So they do these trade routes in the air. And one day, one of these ships went down into this danger zone, and now their children is gonna maybe hijack one of these and go looking for the parents. Okay, your typical Nemo story. Looking for parents, or looking for somebody. The very easy setup. But what this does is it gives us a starting point, and it starts to set some direction for our IP. And I'm sure some of you are already thinking what you'll be doing if you had a story like this, right? This is just my version. All right, so now we have the who. So let's write this out. Why is danger on the bottom? Danger on bottom. Let me track time here. Hold on a second. Okay. Whatever. I'm not going to try to speed this up. Let's just do exactly like what we do in the classroom. And who is children? Children. Okay, looking for lost parents. So you could already see we have a bunch of things we could already design around just for this. Now this seems, pretty easy, right? You spend what, 10 minutes doing this? But notice how many students don't even spend the time on this. They just render a simple tower. By putting this extra 10 minutes in and have a simple story, we could then use this to drive everything forward. Okay, so let's go next. Okay, now we have this, we can start gathering references. So let's talk about the importance of reference. One, I only use real world reference. Now I want to, instead of existing concept art, right? So I want to talk about this for a second here. Why? So ever since I've been in design school, teachers there also told us to look at the real world. The reason for that is because we want to translate that information into entertainment design. Let me draw a little sketch here to visualize that. Let me see here. Let's put it here. Okay, so if we look at real world photos, okay, and even if these photos are real world, we still want to make sure the subject matter is real world. Okay, what I mean by that is sometimes students go, hey, this is a photograph, but I go, but that's a photograph of something from Jurassic Park, right? Or the laboratory. That's not realistic. That's something that it's already been designed in an entertainment product. So therefore, that is not a really good reference. You could use that to inspire you, but it is not a good reference. So these are all real world. Okay. Then you put your mind here. Here's your brain. This is your brain. Okay, something like a brain. And then you have to add your thoughts on top, and this gives you the design. So you're basically translating this information through your thought process to get this. But sometimes, and actually this happens a lot, which is students, they gather references essentially from ArtStation. Okay, their entire reference package is other people's work. Okay, let's just write W for work. Okay, now what they're adding on top essentially is putting a little bit of effort in here, and they're getting something that's regurgitated. Okay, this design, in most cases, especially when students are doing it, they can't get away from ripping this design off, even though they think they have. But generally, I could tell right away where they got the reference from or where they got the design from. I go, oh, you'd be looking at so-and-so's work, haven't you? And they're like, oh, how'd you know? It's like, dude, we could see how much influence you have over their, over the original work. So to avoid this, just don't look at this. Okay, just let's cross this out. You can have this in folders. You can have plenty of designer stuff as inspiration. For example, maybe their drawing style or maybe their work ethics or whatever it is that inspires you. But in our actual reference package, I recommend you to use real world stuff. Let's write that here. Real world ref. Okay. Because then we do the hard work. We have to translate that information into what we want to do with it. And also, if you do this, you could always sleep well at night, which is what I do, right? So if your design comes out and it looks similar to somebody else's, or someone says, hey, this looks like this reminds me of whatever, you could at least say or to yourself, yeah, maybe it does look similar, but I 100% created it on my own. I wasn't copying nobody. I wasn't referencing nobody. You did it on your own. And I've been doing this for my entire career. So I don't include other people's concept art in my reference pages. So that's up to you again. But for when I teach my own students, I always tell them to look at the real world. And as a side note, guess who else look at other people's work to generate this design? You guys already could tell? This little guy right here. Okay, AI is being trained on other people's work, so that's why its work is very regurgitative. It gets pretty boring. Once you start actually trying to use it, it doesn't generate anything new because it can't. It could only regurgitate whatever it batches together here. Right now, they're not training AI to look at the real world and turn that into concept art because that's not in the way they're writing these codes, right? So therefore, AI is really, really limited in terms of what it could do. I know some people are saying, of course, you'll solve all that, but in my mind, I don't think so. Because right now, talking to most of my friends in the industry, nobody is saying AI is taking their job. Not a single person. They're saying clients are using it to do some referencing use. It might be good for some early kind of viz dev type of stuff, but for actual work, it is not useful at all for the work that we do. Okay, so anyways, that's off topic. You can watch the other AI episode on that. Okay, so that's reference. Okay, so what does reference do? Reference helps us establish design language. It gives us technology, establishes a mood, gives us some visual cues, and we're going to show you how to present it. So let's open those up. I already have this pre-made. So those are only two things I have prepared ahead of time. So let's go through that now. All right. Project references. All right. So we talked about, let's go back real quick to review this scene here, right? So we have a tall mountain with some kind of landscape on top, some kind of medieval kingdom inspired thing with a little bit of diesel technology mixed in there. And we have airships, and we have this forest ground that's very dangerous with monsters. So with that story, we go here and look at the references that I have found. Let me shrink this guy down. Photoshop. Okay, here we go. So the first reference is the forest below. So right off the bat, notice I like to present my references in a nice put together way. So it's not just a bunch of loose images in a folder. I personally do not like that at all, especially when designers in a meeting and they show me like the reference folder and just loose images everywhere. Those things really disrupt the meetings because sometimes you're like, oh, no, it's not this one. Go forward 2 more. No, it's the one behind. It's not professional. Also, there's too many choices, which let's go back to my Blackboard and talk about that. Okay. You want to limit this down to what you think are useful. Limit your refs. Why? Because our job is being a professional. Okay. We're a pro. Okay. You want to make some decisions of what's the main direction you're going down. You don't want hundreds of references and then show a client and go, here's 100 references. What do you like? We're the one making the decision. Okay. And when you're using references for your own projects, you also don't want to overwhelm yourself with just hundreds of images. You don't need that many. Okay. A dozen or so is good enough for everything, for every theme, right? So what I'm doing is for every location, I have about a dozen or so references, and that's it. So going back to the hundreds of references, the analogy I like to use is always the doctor's office. Okay, so imagine you feel some pain in your back or something, right? So you go to the doctor, go, hey, doc, what's wrong? Doctor takes the x-ray, and then the first doctor tells you, well, we've took the x-ray and you have so-and-so going on in your bone. You have an inflammation. Now we have 20 solutions to solve this. Here's the brochure that shows you the 20 solutions. You pick one. I'll come back in half an hour and let me know which one you pick. As a patient, you'd be like, what? What? It's like, this is a doctor. You're supposed to tell me what's the best one, right? So you think this is not a good solution. Now let's go to doctor number 2. Takes the x-ray, tells you inflammation. Doctor goes, okay, judging by what we see here, we have 3 recommendations. The first one's the most common one that I recommend you do. It is low risk. It works pretty well and it's inexpensive. Your insurance covers it and so forth. Second one is really expensive. Your insurance doesn't cover it, but it does work pretty well. But we haven't done too many of that here in the hospital. And the third one is basically the cheap option. It might not even work, but no risk and very, very cheap and so forth, right? So they give you 3 options and now you feel like the doctor is very professional. So same thing in the line of work we do, and that starts with references. Again, I don't like it when the designer in a meeting shows me like 1,000 references and it's like, which one do you like? I'm like, isn't that your job? And you're supposed to narrow that down. Okay. All right. So let's go back to here. So this is the forest ground. So I want some fog. And then we have these mountains things, and notice everything here is real world. So again, with the real world reference, be careful. Even some photographs are not real world. They could be from a film set. They could be done by other designers. So kind of just keep these in the back of your mind to make sure that these are real world stuff. Okay. All right. So this is the forest below. Next, we're going to start figuring this design out. So let's look through the references before you draw. But when I came up with this, I already have some basic idea of what I want to do. So if you have dangerous stuff below, we're going to have some kind of barrier to keep monsters and stuff away, right? So there's some IPs with this. Later you'll see I found some reference for that as well, like Attack of the Titan, right? The Japanese anime has some of this, and there's a couple other shows with this. So we'll put these themes in as well. But we'll have our own little visual spin on it. Okay, so this is sort of the bottom layer of the walls protecting the city. Next, we got to think about some basic structures, some basic, common sense type stuff. And this kind of stuff is going to give us a visual starting point. For example, how do these people eat? So if they are all going vertical, we want to maybe put some farms below. Okay, so essentially what we're doing is this. Let's take this image here because this is a perfect one here. Copy. Let's bring it into our chalkboard. So here's a real world castle layout, but what we're doing now is we're doing this. Boop. Okay, we're taking this and essentially making it into like a cake stack, but the logic is very, very similar because that saves us time. Okay, remember the previous episode, the 90-10 rule? We don't have to start things from scratch. We could use logical things to plan out our initial starting point. As we start sketching, drawing, design, we can morph that over time. But in the beginning, let's just keep it simple. Okay, so now let's look at this arc. A typical layout is we're going to have the kingdom on top, right? Or seat of power, I should say. Okay, this is your king, queen, so forth. And they generally have religious kind of things next to them. So you got churches. Okay, church. Your nobles, right? All the people that are basically close in family ties and so forth to the king queens. So they're over here. You also have the high merchants, right? The people that manufactures the expensive stuff, right? Writers and maybe clothing and those kind of things. And then you get the outskirts down here. You might have the knights, soldiers, right? And then you have the outer walls. And on the very outer edges, you have the farms, right? Which is over here. You can see it here as well. So you can see the farmlands over here, right? This is just logical placement of buildings in medieval times. So we could use the same logic. We just go upwards. Knowing that, then that's how I divided up my reference boards. Go back to this one. All right, so here's the most bottom wall. Next are the farms, which you just saw. Found some references for interiors as well. So this is your most low income type of people living down over here. Next, right above the farms, we're going to have the lower income housing. All right, so the material is not the best, but you're going to start seeing some stonework coming in, but the architecture build out is not your best, not the most expensive stuff, right? And then above that, you're going to have the nobles, so their houses are going to start looking better. So I'm mixing a lot of European stuff. This is not just one, this is kind of a generalized version of medieval, because my version is going to be a little more fantasy-ized. I'm not going to make it 100% real here. As we sketch, I think I kind of have an overall idea what I want to do. So we'll see what it looks like. I have no idea. I haven't started sketching yet. But the idea here is to have a distinction between the farm, the poor, and then the noble areas. So these are references for the richer people. Okay, so they're going to live a little higher up. And then you're going to have the main castle, which your seat of power is. You can see in the real world, they do the same thing, right? So you got the kings and stuff sitting on the very, very top. Churches and so forth going to be up there as well. So yeah, so found some references here as well. So I know some of you go, hey, this is our work, but this is essentially back in the day, kind of not exactly concept, right? So they are drawing these things like architectural drawings. So these are pretty old, generally dating from the 17 to the 1800s here. So I count them in as still real world reference versus going to ArtStation and grabbing a bunch of concept art from other people. Okay. Next, we're going to have some airships that travel back and forth. So I found some docks and working environments during that time period, as well as some tall ships, because we're going to be converting some of these into flying airships, which is going to be pretty fun. All right. Next, the airships themselves. So for this one, I want to, because this is a hard rule, right? Airship is already basically doesn't exist. So we're making a hard rule of, in this world, we're going to have things like this. So if that happens, then I could actually take some liberty in terms of how they work, right? We could do the classic tall ship that just floats around the sky, like what Final Fantasy and a lot of JRPGs have this kind of designs. But for mine, I think I'm going to make my ships a little bit different in terms of the visual. I'm drinking coffee here, sorry, so I'm talking a lot. Okay, so I thought maybe I'll mix in a little bit of this kind of Civil War era stuff, because I'm going to start putting diesel engines into this world. I'm going to mix the two together. It is not a unique idea, but I think it is still pretty cool, because let me go back to my notes here. Actually, we're going to get to that in a second here, because the point of design is do something you personally like. Okay, draw things that inspires you or makes it fun and being passionate. So I love kind of engine stuff. I love old technology. So these are all things that I love to sketch. So I thought, hey, why don't we mix this stuff in? Again, it's not 100% original, but it's okay, right? While drawing, once you start sketching, it's going to look different. Okay, no matter what you do, it's going to start looking a little bit different from somebody else's. So, but the idea of having like kind of a steampunk or diesel type of thing, medieval stuff, it's been done. But let's try to do it in our own way. Okay, so this is the ship stuff. I found another one with a little bit more kind of early U-boats. I just love stuff like this, right? Early biplanes, these engines. I want to put all this kind of details into my designs because I love this stuff. I just find these shapes and the forms and materials to be super, super cool. So why not? Let's put in ours. Okay. And then the Outlands, which is the earlier I mentioned how the ground cracked and monsters are started coming out. And this is actually starting to give me a little bit of a design, visual, how should I say this? A overall arc of what I want to do. Or not an arc, a iconic symbol. Okay, let me write this down here. Because as I was gathering these references, I thought, hey, I think I start to have a... let's hide this real quick. It's going to eat up my text over here. I start to have some kind of visual cue, which is I got my towers going upwards, right? This is our tower. And then I have these cracks that go downwards. I go, hey, that's pretty cool. Now we have a symbol. We have this, and we have this. And as I start sketching, I can use this as your visual cue, a style, in a way, okay? So our buildings later, as I start sketching them, I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna start to try and go vertical. In fact, I thought of this as I was getting my references, so let's look at those. Yeah, let me get out of this. Boop, come on. Okay, let's go back here. All right, so here's the cracks in the ground. Next, the diesel engine stuff that's gonna come in. I just love this kind of stuff. I think a lot of concept artists love this kind of stuff. Again, draw what you like to draw. Don't worry about anything else, okay? So I love this stuff, so I wanna put this into my design. So I'm gonna mix this with the medieval buildings. Got a few more, like these old steam trains. Look at this stuff, it's so freaking cool, right? So I actually incorporated something like this in a, I think it's episode 109 or something like that. It's got the Narshi design from Final Fantasy VI. So there's something I enjoyed ever since I was really young. So I continued drawing things like this, okay? This is design cinema. There's no rules here, right? So if I'm gonna do my own project, I might as well draw something I enjoy doing, okay? All right, so there's that. And then here comes the cue that I mentioned, the up and down. So this is the visual hook. I need to go back to my blackboard again. This could be called a visual cue. Okay. You can also refer to it as a visual hook. Basically, this thing kind of packages your entire design so it's uniform. Okay, a visual language per se. So I think a better word here would be language. Okay, it makes this IP in a way yours. Okay, and this is actually really hard as well. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the story stuff, the why and the who, this is the hardest. But finding a selling point or the visual hook, right? Another word for visual hook could be the selling point. Okay. Not 100%, because sometimes selling point has to do with the focal point and so forth. But visual hook is pretty important to capture because essentially what it does is we are doing our job here. We're making this IP look different than another IP. They might have a similar story. They might have a similar, maybe even visual references, but we're doing something to distinguish it from another. Like I mentioned, medieval stuff with some steam engines and diesel has existed already. But how do we then make ours slightly different? Well, here comes the visual cue. I thought about, hey, if they're gonna be on a limited land, right? This tower is very limited, this mountain that they're on. So let's look at some real world locations in which land is very limited. And one of them is like Hong Kong, Chongqing, these cities that have very small areas to develop. So this could be kind of cool, right? So everything starts to go vertical. See, these are all the kind of buildings are vertical. Most of these are from Hong Kong. This one's from Japan. Some of these could be from Chongqing, China, right? I think this one's Japan as well. But they all share something very similar in which they're going up in a vertical space. And that creates some very unique areas for us to play with as we start sketching. Look how cool this is. So imagine we put the medieval layer of buildings on top of this, mixing a little bit of that steam engine, or not steam engine, the diesel engine type of stuff. I think it's going to look pretty cool. And this is going to be a visual hook for this project. Let's look at one more. I got one more here. Right, look at this rooftop of Shibuya area in Tokyo. I love the way this feels, and I think we could capture that because from what I looked at online for the Japanese anime, for example, Attack on Titan, and there's another IP, I can't remember the name, but I do have a reference for it later. They kind of keep it pretty grounded in terms of what they're doing with their city, but they're not on a spire, they're not on a tower. So for me, because we're on a spire, let's try something like this. Now, I don't know if it'll work, but we'll see. Okay, so this will become a visual hook. Look how cool this is. But we'll turn that into medieval technology. All right. So here's the two IPs that I grabbed, right? So here's Attack on Titan. So they referenced a German town, Nordingen or something. Nordingen is the town. So so pretty grounded. So they're also using the 90-10 rule that we mentioned in the previous episode, right? Start with something that already exists and then add your design on top. So that's Attack on Titan. So their world is pretty grounded in terms of being on a flat level. Here's some real photos of that German town. And then this IP, I think I called, here we go. Banary of the Iron Fortress. I haven't seen this IP, but I know it's something to do with some city surrounded by zombies or something. So their world is also on a flat ground. So they're using feudal Japan with some of the Steam stuff in there as well. Right? So like I said, it's not 100% original, but the stuff is cool. It's visual. So if you're going to practice and draw your own stuff, this is still better than having a lone tower in the middle of nowhere. Okay, this at least is pretty cool. So I just put this here. This is not for us to copy from. This is just to show there's IPs like this that exists. Normally, this will not be my presentation. This is only for you guys to see that these companies are also using the 9010 as a base, just like what we're doing. All right. So these references I've saved out into separate images, and I have that on my second screen, which you will see over there. So this way I could then cycle back and forth through them as we draw. Okay, so I don't need to have these open. Let's close them up. All right, let's continue with our notes. Don't worry, we're going to start drawing soon. I think we're already like half an hour in, but it's important to go through this. Okay, so let's talk about the importance of sketching before we actually start sketching. This is a step that I also mentioned that many students start to skip these days. They jump right into 3D and start just building something, right? There's no ideas. Why is sketching so important? Okay, let's go through a few of them. One, it allows you to flow your ideas without restrictions, right? Just like I write these notes, it's very free flow. I could go from one idea to another very quickly, and that allows us to explore. Let me change my pen color. Explore different ideas very quickly. Okay, so it'd be like, hey, this work. Let's try this one. Let's try this one, right? Free flowing, so important to do in the beginning of a project, right? It also allows you to fail at ideas, right? You could go through a little bit of one and go, hey, that's not so good. Let's try another one. Okay, failing is part of our work. We can't make everything successful. And later you'll see if you jump into 3D or jump into a final image too quickly, you are going to be invested heavily, and the thing is that thing might not even work. A sketch allows us to get to a point where it doesn't work and change an idea before we commit. Okay, next, it allows you to see potential new ideas. So what I mean by this, we're going to get to this once we start sketching. And this is something that is so important when you're sketching, because when you're drawing ideas, sometimes you can connect two different random sketches together into one. Like, you know, I'm drawing something over here, now I'm drawing something over here. My mind starts still thinking about something over here, and I go, hey, wouldn't it be cool if I add this, right? It's very organic and allows me to see these things in front of me. Okay, something you cannot do if you're jumping into a single image from the beginning. Okay, it allows you to set a visual goal before you start. Okay, we're going to get to that today as well. We're going to have a plan of how many things we want to complete by the end of this episode. Low barrier to entry, because there's no tools to learn. All you got to do, you could do this in a sketchbook if you want a pen. You don't have to learn any software. There's nothing. So there's no excuse that you cannot do this, right? It's also very fast and low stress, which is important. Low stress is so key in the early phase of design. You want to be relaxed, like I mentioned earlier, right? Relax as you design. So if you jump into a final image, you're already putting yourself in a high stress situation. And lastly, this is a big one, which is their cheap investments. Okay, allowing you to change your mind. Cheap investment because it's just a sketch. So even if you spend 20-30 minutes on it, you can still throw this thing away, right? You're not invested heavily on it. But let's look at the opposite. Okay, if you jump into 3D too early, these are the problems that comes with it. And later we'll talk about this cheap investment thing. Let's look at these. Right, so if you jump into 3D too early, here are the problem I see. One, everything is on a grid. This is super common with student work, right? If they're doing environments, everything's on a perfect grid because 3D is built that way. The tool comes on a grid. So when students are building their assets, they immediately get trapped onto a rectangle or a square. So common to see. And I could already tell they didn't sketch, because sketch, I'm not limited to a grid. I could draw whatever I want. I could go in any direction I want. I could go organic. I could go hard surface. Doesn't matter. But 3D traps you. Next one, everything's too perfect. Just like on a grid, they start using boxes and geometry, and things start to take on a very, I guess, computer-ish looking thing, okay, when they start learning 3D. Next one, easily trapped by details. They get bogged down by starting to try to figure out how to maybe model the dome of a roof or something, or how to figure out how to do like a curvature on a certain geometry. Spending a bunch of time on something that's not that important right now. We're talking about early phase design. You want to solve the bigger problem first before you get into this. But students will get bogged down because they're trying to figure out how to do a complex geometry build. That's not our job, right? And we could do that later once you have a good idea. It's not the time to do it now, okay? And here's the investing thing. Once you invest too early, because you have spent 2 hours trying to model this thing, you don't want to give it up too easily. And this could easily trap you into a bad design because you are committed now at this point. So you're going to be like, okay, I guess I'm committed. I better finish it, even though the idea itself is not good at all. And you end up doing essentially a pretty render, but that doesn't have any content. Going back to my previous episode of portfolios lack any kind of soul or spirit. Okay, 3D is also very, very slow for idea exploration. No matter how fast you are with 3D, generally you cannot multi 3D. Okay, that we could do in Sketch. Remember I talked about I could draw 1, 2, 3, 4, look at them at the same time. Most 3D modelers are modeling one thing at a time. They could open another file, work on that a little bit back and forth, but you don't have them all open at the same time. But something like a Sketch allows me to do that. Okay, therefore you cannot explore multiple ideas and evolve them together. An idea doesn't form right off the bat. Okay, ideas form over time. Okay, you don't get the genius, spontaneous thing completed at first thought. It comes in steps. Okay, today as we sketch, you will see that happen. You'll see my brain basically on paper as we start to figure that out. And 3D is quite limited. We do 3D later. Once we have the idea, we just need enough sketch for us to go into Blender, which we'll probably do. Maybe episode 115, I'll jump into Blender and do some stuff with you guys. But today we're only going to do sketch. Okay, so that's some of the limitations of 3D. Next, here's our today's goals. I know a lot of talking, right? Almost an hour or something like that, half an hour. We're still doing talking because it's so important to set everything correct. So before we start to draw, let's write down the ideas. We have already done that. Okay, we want to solve part of the story with words first. And I've done partially with that. Okay, we'll do a little bit more as we go. We're going to start with loose gestural drawings. Okay, we don't want to start with really tight stuff first. Just be free flowing. Okay, we don't want to focus on details yet. We only want to focus on the bigger picture. Okay, don't worry about perfect fundamentals. Use easy methods such as side view, top view, right? Even if you draw perspective, if the perspective is off, who cares? At this point, this is only for yourself. Yourself. Okay? You're trying to solve a design problem here for nobody else, just you. So long as you can understand these sketches, good enough. Now, if you're in a company, you probably want to make this slightly better so your art directors can understand it, right? So, but for my own designers, I could pretty much read even the sketchiest sketch, you know, like even some scribble, I could kind of understand it. So I tell my designers, don't waste time trying to make beautiful design sketches. Solve the problem. I could figure it out if you just show me the sketch, right? We save the rendering, the pretty stuff once the idea is good, okay? Be spontaneous and try new ideas, even as far-fetched. This stuff is quick. Sketching is low commitment, right? So if you suddenly have a crazy idea, try it out. Maybe it'll be fine, okay? Next one, a big one here. Let's circle this. Don't be influenced by industry trends. Design what you like. So important. Something I mentioned over and over again in the beginning of this industry, you know, back in the early 2000s and even the mid 2000s, you see a lot of student portfolios that are just really different from one another because they're actually drawing what they want to draw. Nowadays, everything is following industry trends, right? Oh, this designer is doing that, so I'll do it. You guys seen like on Pinterest, like this image of like some dark environment and some glowing circle, glowing text, glowing thing, right? Because it's very easy to do that in Blender, right? You set the material to self-illumination and put reflections on and put some fog, right? There's so much of that stuff out there. And it's like, at this point, what are you doing? It's just a tutorial, essentially, rendering. It has no content. Yes, it's high contrast. It looks kind of cool. But is it really what you like to do? Or is it because it's what industry is doing? So what we're going to do today is I'm just going to do whatever I like. I don't even care if you like it at this point. I'm to fall in love with it first, and then hopefully you will like it too, okay? So which is the next point. Be confident about your ideas, right? If you love your designs, somebody else there might like it too. Now, again, this is not guaranteed. This is a very hard part of our job. But when I'm designing, I want to just love what I'm doing. This is fun, right? Doing this for 27 years now. I still love it. I still remember my first day on the job. The feeling I have on my first day versus right now sitting in front of this computer is exactly the same. Now going off tangent, my first credited project is a movie called Soldier. I'm pretty sure nobody has seen this movie. Got Kirk Russell in it. I remember reading the brief and just going, I cannot wait to start designing stuff for this movie. And the energy that I feel, I have it right now as well. So that is so important when you are sketching. Next one, have fun. Okay, we mentioned that earlier already. Because the more you're into it, it'll show in your work. And trust us, art directors, we can tell if the work you're doing is something you love doing or something you did because you're just copying trends or whatever your teacher told you to do, right? You see no love in it. But once in a while, we'll see a portfolio and we could tell this person is doing this for nobody but for themselves because they love it. And that's the kind of designer we want to work with in a team, okay? You don't have to make everything new or different. So like I mentioned earlier, steampunk stuff or diesel stuff in a medieval village has been done before. It's okay. Once you start designing, we'll find some ways to make it slightly different. Why do we do this? Because sometimes students set impossible goals, okay? Before they even sketch, they have this massive giant IP that's super, super complex. And when I hear that, I tell the students, basically, I don't think you pull this off, man. It's way too hard, but you can give it a try. And in most cases, they give up in about 2 or 3 weeks because they figure their IP is just way too difficult to pull off. Start with baby steps, and that's why today we're doing the tower thing, okay? It's not something brand new, but at least we put a slight spin on it to get it started, okay? Which is over here. Take baby steps. Finishing something is much, much better than not starting at all. So even if we end up with the generic tower, maybe we have at least 5%, 10% of a story in it. That's better than nothing, right? So, and avoid procrastination and just sketch, okay? So yeah, these are my tips for sketch goals. What else do I have before we take a break here and start drawing? Okay, design goals. Okay, so what do I want to do today? Our goal for today is we're going to first figure out the overall establishing shot. From there, we could break those shots into multiple areas that we have to figure out, because the point of a concept design, especially in the beginning, is we're going to do a lot of pitch kind of art. Okay, pretty much your films, your games all go through this phase. We're going to have to pitch this idea to your clients or art directors, or if you're doing your own project, you have to kind of see, does this even work? And we can't do that with a single drawing. We need a series of them for the idea to kind of come to life, right? So, so that's our goal today. We're also going to try to design some function and entertainment value in each area. So because remember I mentioned earlier, this kind of stuff AI has a hard time doing, and also this stuff will get you a really good job if you could solve it. So we're not just going to do form design only, which is just, this area is a round form, here's a square form. That's not the most fun stuff. Let's try to add some functionality in it, okay? And there's different types of functionality that we'll get to, okay? We'll determine how many areas you need to sell this design, okay? And I put a quotation on this because if we have some time, I'd like to break this down very quickly in seeing that if we have to realize this design in a studio, say in a kind of a AAA environment, how much money it's going to take for the studio to actually bring this to life. And my estimation is probably going to be at least $500,000 to $1 million to make this asset. Okay, so once you start thinking about that, you realize our job is product makers. This drawing might just be a drawing, but to the company, this thing is worth a lot of money. So we have to commit time into this design, right? We have to make sure that they buy this, right? That's why the sell word's here. Because if you don't even believe in it, if you have nothing in this drawing, why will someone spend money making it? Because there's nothing for them either. So we've got to put in all this stuff over here into our ideas and hopefully convince the project to go ahead and green light it. All right, so that is our notes before we sketch. Let me see if I left anything out. Oh, and I have this little chart. Remember from last week? We have this, last episode, this difficult, easy chart. So as you start sketching, we'll come back to this and see how much stuff we have on the easy and the hard. I'm guessing most of my stuff is going to be on the easy side here because we're doing a big tower, so it's already on the easy side. All right, so let me take a quick break and we'll start drawing as we get back here. All right, see you in 1 second. Alrighty, we are back and let's start sketching. It's gonna be pretty fun. All right, so we don't need this notes anymore. So I prepped this PDF with a couple of layers just to save a little bit of time here. So the first one, you see the layer here is called initial sketches. So this is gonna do, we're gonna do our brainstorming stuff here. Once we have that, then we're gonna figure out each area that we have to kind of generate in order to build some 3D assets for maybe episode 115 or so. Okay, so let's just start brainstorming stuff out. All right. Switch to this color. First I'm gonna do is I'm probably gonna do a establishing shot. So I'm gonna get my references ready. Let me move my mouse over here so I can kind of see all my references on my second screen. These screens probably look really tiny on their video down below, but these are actually pretty big screens. The webcam put a perspective spin on it. Okay, hold on, let me see. Let me use this. All right, so I want to get to like a landscape shot. All right. Let's start drawing. All right, so I have no idea what's going to do, but let's start with some very loose gestural drawings. I'm going to do some establishing shots and start figuring stuff out. Okay, Start with side view. Like I mentioned, who cares about perspective? Right now, I want to figure stuff out. Okay. At this point, go fast as you want, slow as you want. It's whatever your comfort level is at. Okay. So right now, I'm just trying to figure out what I want to do with this big giant rock, right? It's a big spire coming out of the ground. We are kind of established the bottom is dangerous. Okay, I'm looking at my references. And remember the visual cue I came up with, right? Everything being vertical. So I'm going to start doing that with rocks as well. All right, and then we have our farmlands down below. Let's put a little bit of perspective on here. So references I have just to my right here. So these are like farm, kind of like what you see in like Vietnam, you know, they have those fields. I think that's kind of cool. I don't know if that works or not, but let's try. I think that's too big. Scale it down. See how spontaneous sketching is, right? And that's important. Okay, this whole thing's kind of big. Let's shrink it down a bit. I gotta put the kingdom on top. For now, maybe we'll just draw a section of this. Some spires. We don't need to be super original here. We'll get down to figuring out stuff out as we get down to the actual areas. This is your castle way up high, way up there. Okay. And now you can start thinking, right? So right now, I'm starting to think, okay, how do I make this interesting, right? So it's not just a bunch of buildings on a rock. Maybe we could play around with very narrow staircasings. Right, we'll figure it out later, but start to really brainstorm those things out. Pure side view. So these are the noble homes. Let's put a tower over here. So this is all entertainment. We want to make this look kind of fun too, right? Don't worry about scale right now. These buildings are probably too big for what they are, right? Otherwise, this place only has like 1,000 people or something. I imagine this place is pretty big, like a mini city size. But in order to see the details at this point, or at least the important details, I'm gonna draw everything slightly bigger. Kind of like a caricature of this place. Maybe there's a bridge over here, right? In reality, this stuff would be probably 10 times smaller. But I don't care at this point because I'm trying to figure stuff out. Okay, let's draw a few lines looking at references, or I kind of just peek over here and there just to see what I got in the reference page. So nobles down here, we got a staircase. Remember the whole Hong Kong thing we could try? So we have all these cool staircases that go up and down. Let's draw a bunch of crevices, which will create very interesting space within the city later. These are all noble homes down here. Let's see, look at that reference. Let's create some negative space. Let's make it here. So my story is that we have a character whose parents works in the farm. Let's just say this place is a farm place, right? The agriculture went to the tower. So other towers are maybe for clothing or maybe building airships and so forth. One thing I want to establish though, generally for worlds like this, I ask some basic questions. One of which is like, is this place under conflict? So right now, under conflict means you start to have a sort of an overall world background. Okay, like in games like Skyrim, right? They have an overall world conflict. Like there's what is it? Like the North and the South are in some kind of civil war or something, right? So that creates a global story. Then the player story is added on top of that one. So I like to add that kind of stuff in my designs as well, which is there a conflict? So for this one, the obvious conflict is that there are monsters below, but do they have conflicts with other nations? For example, are there other spires with cities on top that are having war. So for now, I don't want to avoid that because I don't want to get into a very heavy military type of design, because military stuff, they're pretty fun, but they're kind of easy. So I want to make this mostly civilian. So even for my airship designs that we're going to do later, I'm going to try to keep those mostly civilian and only have defense for when they are maybe traveling closer to the ground or something. All right, so we'll figure that out as we sketch. So I just want to avoid drawing like big old weapon tank things and stuff like that. We'll do one of those maybe later on, but civilian stuff is much, much hard to do. And since we're really doing a generic tower, we could do something that's a little more difficult. So, all right, because it's very easy to make this into a military tower. Like this is a border defense kind of area, and we have these forts on top, and do we have big cannons everywhere? Right? That's pretty easy to do, but just something I don't want to do for this demo. All right, so the children, let's say it's a daughter or a son or somebody, right? They're probably, let me think, are they farmers themselves? I think, let's come up with some cool story, right? Right now I'm just completely thinking on top of my head here as I sketch here. Maybe the parents work in a farm area, so they're pretty poor. But they use the money, they save to send their children into the upper areas where they're going into a school or something, right? Like a kind of a typical setup, be kind of cool. So then that way visually we could distinguish the, separate the design of the parents' farmhouse with their kids' boarding house or something. Gives us a reason to do a couple of areas. All right, so this will go down here. Put some stuff in front. Right now, this stuff still looks too medieval. I want to make it look like more like Hong Kong, but I think I'll figure that out as I start to sketch the closer up stuff. And now this is fine. These things evolve. We're not stuck on this one drawing. Right? As I draw this, my mind just going 100 miles an hour trying to figure out what else is fun. And I'm hoping you're thinking the same thing. Like, I wouldn't have done it this way. I would have done it like maybe like a single spiral go all the way up. If you're thinking that kind of stuff, perfect. That's the exact goal I want to achieve with this episode, which is get you guys to start thinking. Okay, thinking about other things than just rendering a pretty picture. Thinking about the story and what could happen. What's a life like over here with these characters on these. You know? I'm going to shrink this one more time, because I feel like this thing is not in the best scale. Let's see here. This one's kind of generic looking, but it's fine. I'm gonna draw a few of these and then start to focusing on the areas. Okay, so we got farms down here. Oh yeah, the airships, right? The airships are gonna come in. So let's put the airships maybe like, right now I don't know what the airships look like, so I'm just gonna draw some generic ones. Right. These things we've seen before, and but right now I don't care. We've got to put something on paper first, right? Bunch of airships, right? Okay, so the farm, maybe we're gonna have elevators or something, some medieval steamed driven elevator to send supplies up into the dock area, where they send them off into ships. Right, this is the power of a sketch. Allows you to play around with stuff. I'm not too worried about the form here either. Like, you know, this tower really look like this. It's not that big of a deal. I'm just trying to figure out how things work. Sometimes your first sketch is total throwaway. Right? It's a warm-up of ideas, kind of your initial thought. But weirdly, strangely, sometimes your first sketch could be the best one too. All right, so everything, there's no rule to this stuff. Okay, so let's run some. Let's make this rock a little bit more interesting. Let's run a big old gap here. So I'm holding my Wacom tablet very, very light in my hands here, so I'm barely holding on to it. Kind of just let its own weight fall on the tablet. So I've done this forever, and it basically avoids any kind of carpal tunnel type of thing. Like I could draw for all day and my wrists and hands are totally fine. But this took a while to train myself in doing this. In the beginning, I'll grab my Wacom way too hard, and what happens is it starts to strain the your wrist and makes pain happen there, right? Because this muscle is quite weak right there. So over time, I just learned to constantly relax my hands and barely let the Wacom touch the tablet. And if I need a heavier line weight, I just press down slightly, just slightly, and I get a heavier weight. All right, as you can see there. All right, these are the farms. We'll put the farms in the mid sections or lower mid sections because you still got to protect your food, right? And right now we're doing visual story design, which is every area we're going to design should help push the narrative. Pretty important here. So these farms are part of my story, right? This is what I came up with. Maybe for yours, you have your manufacturing airships or something, right? So it's up to you. So for mine, I think the farm's going to play a pretty important role, as that's where the story might start, as the parents go off on their ship run and then disappear, never come back, and then the kid is going to maybe steal a ship and go looking for them, and therefore that's going to lead them into the monster lands below, and from there the story could develop into something even more interesting. Now, in the real world, concept artists are not generally involved in coming up with the actual story arc, but our designs can influence the story big time. Okay, even on major feature films, we have ran into cases in which the script are changed because of what the director saw in the concept art. Okay, so it's pretty powerful stuff, what we do as a job. Now, if you're doing your own IP, then whatever, you come up with whatever you want. It's your own stuff. Okay. Now, in episode 114, I'm gonna record an episode talking about the setting up your own business to do this, because right now I think it's some of the best time to do this right now. These big giant companies are consolidating into big monopolies in a way. This is actually a good time to start thinking about running your own business versus being an individual. But I won't talk about it too much here. We'll save that for episode 114. Basically, give you guys a bunch of business ideas and analyze the market a bit to see how you could better position yourself for the future. All right, so this side is kind of cool. It's kind of cool, right? But it's not iconic enough. But maybe I don't worry about that for now. We could make some holes in here to make it iconic, right? So iconic meaning that this tower, if I'm looking at just at the silhouette of it, it's something kind of neat looking. Right now, it's kind of boring. It's kind of mirrored in a way, right? Like the left and right looks the same. So I might do another one in which we play around with the symmetry a bit. Okay, might as well start another one here. Okay, let's just start another sketch. Let's do real gestural here. I'm gonna try to play with the verticalness a little bit more, because now my hands is warmed up a little bit more. My brain's also a little bit more warmed up. This is when the fun starts. Okay, so I'm gonna start with this more of a vertical pillar here, almost something you see like in the Grand Canyons and those big stone pillars, but obviously much bigger in scale. Now I'm gonna move this guy over slightly because I do want to figure out something here. I'm gonna scale that down a bit. So down below, we literally have the opposite, right? These are big pits, and then we have forests. Let's indicate that with just trees. And we can even put like a fog layer here. So everything below is just in darkness, right? The sun doesn't penetrate through this heavy fog. Maybe the monsters are releasing this thing, or the gas comes out from these fissures from the ground. I don't know, right? This is for you to come up with, because it'll make nice visuals. And that's already giving me some ideas of like if they want to go hunt some of these monsters, these airships that we design later could have maybe little baby structures or ships that could go below the fog layer, right? I'm just going to make notes of that as I draw here. So for example, we have a mother ship, and then they could drop little baby ships down into the fog layer. and then these things are weaponized, right? Like for example, a sniper or something is on. Wait, I guess we could have guns in this. I don't know. I haven't thought about this medieval. Okay, bow and arrows, big ones. They could go hunt monsters with. So let's just leave that there. Kind of cool. See, those are things that why a sketch is so powerful. If you're locked in too early with a rendering, you might not even have an opportunity to come up with ideas like that. Right? So that's pretty cool, actually. Right? And now that gives you something to do for the airships, as we get to that later. Fog, scary down below. Okay, and above ground it could be nice and bright, sunny day, blue sky, right? So we could try some nice clouds. Big old clouds. I haven't thought about what this style would be. I think this will be more of a kind of leaning towards maybe like a JRPG type of world or something. So it's not super like AAA looking in terms of the finishing of this. If we're going to do this as a real project, I think it'll be stylized a little bit more than a photoreal AAA. I think this would look more skew fantasy. Maybe, I don't know. Okay, it's looking kind of cool, kind of generic though. Okay, let's go here. But that's the whole point of sketching. Okay, get that stuff out of the system. Okay, so let's start another one. Here's another pillar. And I really hope somebody watching go, oh, I would have done this, or I would have done this. Good. That's exactly what I want to hear. Okay, that's the thing we're missing right now is the thought process. So if you're thinking, oh man, I could come up with this, or I could come up with a better idea, exactly what we want. Okay, we want those ideas, right? That's what we want to hire designers for. Get into your mind and express what you want to put down on paper. Okay. All right, so here's just my base of my rock formation. So I'm trying to play with the verticalness as much as I can here. And then let's cut some more rocks into here. And then I want to create a couple rock formations that comes out. Maybe these are man-made, so they could build some base on this. We could connect some of these. I'll probably do maybe one more after this, and then we'll start to zoom in. I don't like the top is being so even looking. Let's offset it a bit. Ah, that's better. Now we could set our kingdom up here. Let me change my reference images around a little bit. Let's look at some kingdom stuff. Okay, that one. All right. See, this stuff takes time, right? Even though I'm drawing pretty quickly here, design thinking takes time. Ooh, I like this one. This one's starting to get the vibe that I want, which is this really vertical structure, including the rock itself. And right now what I'm doing is exactly what I do for a day job. Okay, there's no difference here. So when I get onto a project, if I'm involved with the project, then this is how I start them, with rough sketches. I've always been doing this because design is so important to figure out before you commit. So, and this is a requirement that we do in-house as well with my designers, which is we start everything with a sketch. Because we tried in the past in which we go, okay, you're pretty experienced, maybe you could try with just jump into 3D right away. In most cases, it just doesn't work out because the design is kind of not so good, but the artist has already committed, 2 days on it or something, because they're in 3D. And if you want to change it, it's like a complete start over. So over time, we just don't do that. As a company pipeline, we always want to check sketches first before we greenlight any project go forward or any design to go forward. Okay. And over time, designers all find this method to be extremely helpful because it cuts down a lot of frustration, right? Because imagine you spend 2 days rendering out some scene, and then but the idea is actually not so good, and it gets rejected by either myself or the clients. You're gonna lose a little bit of morale, and then I gotta start over. Versus imagine you have a sketch, and then I'm like, dude, this is pretty cool, or maybe just alter the sketch just a little bit more, and then go ahead and start building that. Now we know that this design is pretty much approved. All I gotta do is make it look nice, right? And it cuts down so much time wasted stuff, and makes your company very, very efficient. Okay, this one's got the right vibe. So this level of sketch for myself, this is plenty, right? I could understand what's going on here, even though it's side view and it's pretty loose, but I could see it. And there's some areas I'm starting to like. There's actually a big cut here. I'll use a little bit heavier line weight. There's like a cut down the middle right here, all the way down. Whoop, long layer. Then we could have little bridges in connecting them. Cool areas in here that we could develop. And all along this are buildings with staircases going up and down. It's almost like a tall building, right? Maybe how tall would this be? Guessing kind of like the one in Dubai, 120 floors, something about that height. So it's a very, very tall spire. And then every inch of it is being used for buildings. If you're still watching after almost, this is probably more than an hour already, then congratulations, you're probably quite interested in design then. Because we don't do trickery stuff here. We can't tell you that this is all done in half an hour. Real design takes a lot of time, even as simple as this. So could you imagine doing something much more difficult in which you have to figure out stuff? Way harder, which we're about to do actually pretty soon. And this is why once you start, you'll see, once you start getting into design, you'll see why AI is actually really, really weak. Because I don't tell you guys random stuff or just make up facts, right? I check a lot of stuff before I record these design cinemas. So for the AI one, I actually chatted with a lot of our graduates as well as industry folks, just asking them, what's going on? How has AI affected the company, or has it affected? And not a single one said that it has affected the job, but it is being used a lot, especially in your AAA environment. But they're not using it for concept art. They're using it for early, kind of almost like idea bashing in a way. It's kind of like going to Pinterest and finding reference images, but a little bit more constructed by the clients themselves versus something that's pre-made. So they're doing that quite a bit. But in terms of actual use on projects, it's zero, because it's so limited what it could do. Once you use it for about 2 hours, you start to figure out its weakness, which is its regurgitation. It doesn't come up with anything really new. It uses the same formula in different ways, essentially, and it's very easy to see through that formula. And like I mentioned, the AI one, it's very first surface stuff, just a form essentially. It doesn't solve problems, doesn't do any of that. And the likelihood of it doing that is pretty low, in my opinion. The main reason for that, right, is because there's no money to be made in the industry that we're in, right? So individually, as a company, we can make a lot of money, right? As a design company, which I'll talk about in episode 114. But from a multi-billion-dollar investment to do AI for concept design, I mean, come on, there's no money there, right? So the money is going to be where TikTok is at, right? Where your general audience is at. So that is probably where they're going to focus their energy on, like changing your face into like a frog or something, whatever, changing your hands into claws, using AI technology and stuff. Because then your everyday person could use that to just do whatever they want. But in terms of like making really sophisticated AI to help with concept art, the market is too small. There's only a few thousand people doing this in the entire planet. So how can it make money, right? It has to charge like, what, $500,000 per license for it to make money? That's too low. I mean, that's too small of a market to penetrate. So that's at least my own personal thought on this. So they have to go for a much bigger market. Now, can you do some VFX kind of stuff? Maybe. That market is bigger than concept design, but still not that big. In terms of like Facebook big, or Instagram big. Those markets are in the hundreds of millions of people versus the industry we're in. We're only in the few hundred thousands range, which is nothing in terms of money making. Okay. I'm just blabbering here as I sketch. That's what I do in the real world as well. So I'm so used to loud art departments ever since I've been in LA. Art departments are very noisy places. So I could talk and work at the same time, no problem. So generally we just joke around and talk about whatever when we're working. Art departments are, at least the ones I've been in, are pretty loud places in which everyone just talking about random stuff. You know, whatever's on the news or games or movies they watch, and it's chit chat. Oh, I forgot to do my farm, so I'm chit-chatting. I forgot to do some design. Okay, so on the bottom here, we gotta have some protective walls or something, right? Look, this part, like the monster could like jump over. Okay, so like, well, let's build some walls. Big walls. Where's my wall reference? Hold on. Wall reference. There's my wall reference. Okay. Gotta have some towers. So these cannons were arrows. They should point downwards. Oh, now I'm starting to get into it. You can probably already tell my pen, my hands moving very, very fluid right now. Because as you warm up your ideas, things are starting to flow. And this is a very, very good time in the design phase. So generally when I reach this phase, and if you're a student, you might not know this yet, but if you've been in this industry for a while, you'll feel this. You get into this, I guess, the zone. Okay, when your mind and your hands are syncing really, really well. So whatever is in your brain is flowing right onto your paper. So this is a time in which I generally don't like to take a break or get interrupted. So in my studio, if I close my office door, my producers generally know that don't bother me for like an hour or two because I'm in deep design. So even if it's like a meeting I gotta try to get to, they'll try to delay that for an hour or two. So because they know me well enough that if I'm in this zone, I don't want to be interrupted. So right now I'm totally in it because I could feel it, and at this point my brain is moving faster than my hands. I already have ideas for the building designs as I got here, so you might not see it, but it's in my brain already, and I can't wait to get the next drawings. So we're gonna do that. Okay, let me draw some of these barriers. So all on the bottom we're gonna have these walls. That is pretty cool. Just side view, man. No stress. Easy drawings. Little bridge. And then we got the farm. Let's use this as our farm area. So we built these platforms almost like city farming, you know, the ones where they do on rooftops. But we're going to build these platforms for farmers. This is, it's up to you if you want to do things like this. I'm just trying to, because this is part of my story, right? These farms are part of my story. So you don't have to solve this. I think in even Attack the Titans, I don't even know how to resolve food. It's not that important to resolve everything in your IP, because sometimes it's not, it's the audience don't care either. But if you have something that's visually going to help you tell the story, like these farms, then I'm going to put it in. These are almost like, those mushrooms that grow on trees. Maybe something like that. That's kind of cool. I could buy that. Later we could design some kind of shipping system, like an elevator or ramps that could ship food and stuff as they farm these out. This scale feels about right. I think this one could definitely fit a few thousand people. Remember, these are not just rock faces. These are all buildings stuck to the side of these rock faces. Let's flush out a certain area, like over here, so you can sort of see that. And these buildings are all going to be very tall because that's my design cue, or the language I'm going to try to use, which everything is stretched out. Okay, so we're going to take like these European-looking buildings and almost like in a 3D program, stretch them out in the z-axis, right, in the upper direction. And actually works with my story too, because my story is these parents are going to go up and then they're going to fall down, right? So up and down, and then the character's going to go down, fall into the pits of hell type of thing, find themselves, and then go back up, right? So nice little metaphor as a visual cue as well. Right. I like this one. This one's looking pretty cool. Save, always save. I'm gonna take a chance here and just keep drawing. Hopefully nothing crashes. Maybe I should take I'll take some cuts in here just in case. I'll suck if this stuff crashes. You never know when working with Windows. Especially that I don't use this computer on a daily basis. All right. So I never zoom in 100%. There's no need at this point, right? Focus on the bigger picture. Indication stuff is fine. We will zoom in. So at this point, no need to flesh out those small details. So we have these baby kingdoms here, right? So that's like a baron or something that lives over here. Still kind of medieval structure in terms of control, right? Maybe you have a duchess over here, and then you have your king and the emperor or something like that up way in the top. Or count. Forgot the hierarchy. Something like baron, count, duchess or something. Okay. I'm actually not a huge fantasy person in terms of design. I work mostly with sci-fi, military type stuff. So when I get a chance, I do like to draw some fantasy stuff for fun. I play a lot of these games though, especially on the JRPG side. But the work I do, they tend to hire me for hard surface, mechanical, military, science fiction type stuff. Okay. So when you sketch, you also have to kind of limit your time on these, right? I could spend all day just on this one sketch, but that's not going to be fun for you guys to watch. But right now, like I said, I'm kind of warmed up, so I want to keep my muscles going for a little bit, and then we'll move on to another sketch. I want to do one more of these establishing shots. But I'm going to do a little bit of perspective as we start to refine this stuff down. We go clouds. Oh, airships. Got airships. Yeah, see, forget stuff. That's why I wrote stuff down earlier, right? So we have all these, a little bit of notes in terms of this story. So the airships at this level is going to be pretty small. We have a big port, just like in ship. Ship have shipyards, right? Ships don't come in from every direction. They generally come in from one direction. Even in the real world, the airplanes don't come in from every direction. They come in generally with the most common wind direction. So airports are numbered that way, right? So if you have an airport like this, then this will be runway 36, right? Because 360 is north, right? So if you have a runway like something like this, then this will be numbered. What is it? This is 360. This is 90. This is 180. This is 270. Right, so something like that. So then you get a runway like 270 or this one will be 280, 290, something like that, right? So airports are not random either. They generally deal with the direction of wind that's most common in that particular area. So airplanes could take off into the wind and land. Wait, did I get the opposite? Yeah, into the wind, correct. So easier to take off. Okay. Airships. So here we have a docking over here, partly because the wind direction goes this way, maybe. Help them slow it down. Okay. Some little baby ones over there. Like you see ships on the ocean when they park, they also park in one direction, right? And the ocean's the same. They go in the direction of the waves. Okay. This one I like. This one's more iconic in a way. Oh, that'd be cool to have some ships over here. Okay. Farm. All right, so we already have some areas here. Let's highlight some of these. I'm gonna use a different layer. We start to get some zones. Let's mark these out. We have zone 1. So this is our seat of power. / probably religious type of stuff is over here as well. That's helps to decide if we want that or not in this IP, right? I have the wall area here. These are going to break out into separate drawings later. We got to solve these designs, right? So we got wall. Then we have the farm and farmhouses here. Farms and houses. Okay. We got some of the poor neighborhood down here. Maybe the farmers. Poor housing. Also because they're, you know, lower to the ground, so the monsters, if they break through, you know, kill the poor people first, I guess. So, but this is how generally most of your IPs are structured. And then this is your mid-level people. Income, so middle income, so nobles, right? And then over here, this is your docks. Have that as well. What else do we have? So we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas already. I'm gonna probably do a couple interiors. So I'm gonna do interior here. Airships themselves need design. Airship, interior as well as exterior. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to break down this drawing of how many, what's like the bare minimum I need to pitch this idea in a meeting, right? So right now I'm looking at probably about a dozen. Let's write these things down. Then we have to, I think today we should be able to get to all of them. Okay, at least first pass. So let's write this down, design list. So we have an overall goal to reach. And this is what I do exactly in the real world. I plan this stuff out generally Mondays and Tuesdays. And by Wednesday, we're in production. Okay, so let's start from the top. So we need the establishing shot of this entire, what should we call this? Pillar? Well, let's call it spiky mountain. Spike mountain. Things I always say not to do, but this time we make an exception because we're putting a story on top. So we need establishing shot. So this is the exterior. Okay. The next one going up is the wall, the defense wall. All right. So this is the exterior. We might be able to mix a little bit of interior into the shot. We'll see. For things like this, I generally have to include a little bit of interior with the exterior. We could do it probably in a single shot. Going up from here, we have the farm, as well as the farmhouse. Let's just write house. Can't spell. Okay. This is most likely an exterior. I think that's enough to sell. So how do I make these decisions, the interior to exterior? I'm thinking if I'm pitching this as a story, like the script is, you know, the parents crash their ship or whatever, and the kid has to go run. Which image do I need to sequence this entire story out? So I think exterior is probably enough. Okay, going up from there, we have the mid section. Let's start with the poor section first. So going water from low to high. This is probably also an exterior. I think I could solve it. Then let's do a rich area. This one is maybe exterior plus interior. Let's separate that out. Rich area, interior. Next, we have the king areas, or seat of power, I should say, because who knows what's in power here. Okay, this should be exterior and interior. We might not get to all of these today. We will see. I will try. We have the airship, interior and exterior. And we have the docks, where they dock. And that's the exterior. Bonus will be the crash scene. But this is an illustration at this point. So we can only do these after we figure all this out, right? Because we need the airship design and so forth. So this will be a bonus. This will be exterior as well. But this will help with storytelling. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, exactly a dozen. Look at that. All right. So we already have our initial design list. This is very, very typical of a design pitch. That's why, remember before I said these spiky towers, they're done barely in any project because you only have a few of these. This is where the work lies. Okay, this is where the hard stuff starts. And today we're gonna try to figure some of this stuff out. So, so let's do another exterior before I take a pause here. So I prepared some grids over here just for this reason. You can see here, right? So I prepared 2 here with some vertical structure here. So I prepared these advanced so I could then draw some stuff in perspective. I am gonna take this here and paste it over here. But I'm going to shrink this way down as a reference. I'm going to see if I could repeat this drawing on a perspective grid. Let's try. This is our establishing shot. So what I'm doing is this right here. We're going down the list. Okay, so establishing shot of Spiky Mountain exterior. Here we go. So I'm gonna start with just big blocks first, to just like how I started the drawing on the left. You see there, we didn't start with details. Start with big shapes. But I don't think I could fit the whole thing into this drawing. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more to be a little bit more interesting. So in the real world, I generally start this stuff about like 10 in the morning or so and wrap up around 1. That's pretty much about 3 hours of work. And then you take a lunch break, come back and do a few more. By the end of the day, around 6 o'clock, we'll probably much have everything, at least round 1, figured out. And therefore your Tuesday is going to be a lot more enjoyable because you have the hard stuff all figured out. Now you refine, and by Wednesday you are in production mode. Cut this mountain a bit. So I'm taking a little bit of the inspiration from the left, but I'm also changing the forms as I go here to make it more interesting. Here's the farms. I'm kind of taking this section right here. I don't think I can fit the whole thing, right, about this section. Just to zoom in, slowly zooming in, right? And then maybe I'll draw one that's a little bit further away on the left here. So this perspective grid is something I made years ago, and I still use it because perspective is perspective. It doesn't age, right? You can have one from 1,000 years ago and it still works today. So so this perspective grid I made, I think in the 90s, man. So I just made it 3D Max for DOS, I think I made it. So for those old enough to remember, 3D Max started on in DOS. So I think I made it in that software, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Basically just a bunch of grids in different formats, vertical, horizontal, film format, so forth. And it just saves a little bit of time when you draw it on top. Okay. We'll put a little bit of defensive wall here so I can see sort of what this looks like. I'm really hoping this will help you guys start to see and or think about design. So you can start your own projects and fall in love with this kind of stuff. It's fun. I haven't figured out how these walls work, but I'm trying to put a kind of like a slant, like a 45-degree slant to make climbing a little harder. Assuming these are monsters below, so they don't have triple shades and ladders and stuff. That's a little too slanted. We can just do like that. Some towers, but we're not at war. That's a rule that we set earlier. So we're not at war with other spiky civilizations. So we don't have to defend this place against other airships and so forth. So we only have to worry about the monsters below. There's another Japanese anime that has this. What's it called? Came out like 2 years ago, I think, like Decadence or something. Decadence. But there's like a tower that could move around, if I remember. I never seen it either, but I do know about it. It's like a tower with legs or something. You could like crawl around the landscape. But something similar, zombies on the bottom, you know, type of thing. Okay, that's the defense down there. Probably a little bit out of scale, but it's all right. These are our farm areas. Poor areas down here. Let's block this out. Let's create a little bit more interesting space. Right now it's too much of a single chunk of rock. Let's chunk this up and divide it up a bit. Let's put that big cut in the middle. Okay, where's my perspective line? Horizon line is here. So at this point, we are curving away from horizon. Farm. Yeah, this episode's going to run long, but even if it's 4 hours, it's 4 hours, then who cares? The view on this is going to be low because most people don't have the patience for this, I think, unless you're really serious about design. But this is real-time stuff. This is what we do in the school every day. Okay, so the way we work in the Singapore school is that we generally spend about 2-3 hours critiquing student homework in the morning, like 10 o'clock to about noon, 1, and then in the afternoons, all these kind of demos. So that's how it works over there. Students are in school from 10 all the way to 6 o'clock. It's like a work day. And they do that every single day. Okay. So it's very demanding for the instructors as well, right? We have to constantly design and draw in front of students versus just doing PPT notes or something. And it's a lot of design thinking. We have to solve a lot of problems for the students as well, helping them with their designs. Flip the canvas. If you get bored a little bit, just flip the canvas. It becomes a whole new image. Okay. But I'm liking where this is going. I kind of like it, right? Right now, it's still kind of generic. We haven't done any problem solving. Remember I said I want to make a functional design on these things? We're not there yet because right now we're too zoomed out. This is just helping me get some early establishing stuff going. Put it back. This will be a nice area for a port, right about here. So this is where they ship the food. Actually, these farms shouldn't have towers on them, right? It's only as we get to the noble area, we have more pointier roofs. These should be more like farmhouses. But we're going to start using some of that Hong Kong visual cue we talked about. Everything's like very long. Because limited space, so we build upwards, just like what cities do. They build upwards into towers and high-rises, right? Thin apartment complexes. Something you see in Hong Kong. If you've ever been there, you'll see them. There are tons of these very vertical, very thin-looking buildings. It's pretty cool looking, right? Due to limited land, so that's how they do it over there. Chongqing also has that. Chongqing is almost like a cyberpunk city if you ever go there. The city is built on a mountain, so you get these crazy vertical buildings. Quite cool to see in person. Okay. Farm. Drink some coffee. Do. Farm. Okay. All right, let's continue drawing. This is why music is so important when I draw this kind of stuff, so it doesn't get quiet. Because right now I'm trying to spontaneously come up with ideas, trying to come up with things to say to you guys. Right. But free flowing is pretty important. I don't want to be completely quiet and isolated thought process, because something that actually hurts design, at least in my experience for what I do. If you concentrate too much, you kind of lose out on the spontaneousness of design. The stuff evolves. Well, this could be a cool little area, man. This could be the parents' house right here. They live on this little cliff side. Let's flush this out here a little bit. Little windows. Kind of what you see like in Italy, they have these churches on the side of cliffs, pretty wild. Or monasteries, I should say. Curve that back in. Not sure about putting elevators in here. We could put staircases for sure. like that reference we had earlier from the modern day buildings. They have these zigzagging stairs that take them down to here, right? So these are areas that we can start flushing out, right? So at this point, I'm starting to get the overall idea down. And as I do that, in my mind, I'm running through, okay, how do I flush that out as we start to zoom in more and more. But this is looking pretty cool. I like it. Okay, more buildings, more buildings. Let's go do some copy and pasting. Whoop, 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 whoop. Whoa, change my brush. I don't want it to look too messy. Let's see, it's a little too messy. Still gotta make it visually cool. So at the end of the day, I think that's something I haven't mentioned yet. Looking cool is still the #1 rule in this business, because we're not doing something absolutely realistic here, right? Especially for something like this. It's gotta look neat. So if this is a video game, like an RPG or something, you gotta make sure that visually it's cool. No matter if you break some logic here and there, it's gotta look nice. But we start with logic. We start with the common sense type stuff, because it makes it easier to start. But you don't have to stick with 100%. So I'm trying to scatter. For example, I don't want buildings everywhere, right? That's going to make everything look like a texture if we did that. So we want to space this out visually so it's got points of interest distributed nicely. Another farmhouse over here. This could be out of scale. Who cares? Little chimneys. Oh yeah, I didn't decide what kind of climate we're in here. Probably all seasons will be okay. So they get snow, summertime, stuff like that. But down below it could be really, really cold, because there might be a fog layer that keeps the sunlight from getting through, so it might be quite chilly down there, kind of like a haunted forest type of environment, which will be fun as a video game. So above ground we have sunlight and very nice blue sky type of environment, and then as we go below the layer, you know, say the kid's gonna steal an airship to look for their parents, and then they have to go below. All of a sudden we have a complete different environment. Essentially we have two worlds, right? High contrast worlds, which is also very typical of what we do in entertainment design to break the visuals up. We could put a church here. This looks like a good place for a church. Sorry, this stuff takes a long time. I'm trying to draw as fast as I can, but I do want to make this real time. I thought about recording all this in fast forward, you know, but I think it's about time that we go back to the old school way of doing things, right? I think YouTube was trending for a while where everything was like fast forwarded, and now it's almost overboard with TikTok and Instagram where everything's like just ultra fast forward. I don't think that's a good thing for students, because it really implants a false perception of impossible results in a way, right? So like 5 seconds later we have this finished thing, right? Have you ever seen those like clickbait things, you know, like start your business in 30 seconds, you know, that type of stuff? That's not possible, right? So yes, it gets engagements, but for students to hear those numbers, it really could make you quite depressed, I think, because you can't achieve it in that speed and you're gonna give up. So this episode, I just want to show you things take time. Okay, look, this is only like 20, 30, 40% sketched out, right? And it's already taken us half an hour. After this, we'll take a break and we'll start to do the individual areas. We still got a lot more to go. So we are far from being done for today's session. And I don't want to break this into another episode. Next episode, I want to get into some 3D, I think. Or at least block out some of these to show you how we go to the next stage, which in the real world will be done the same week. So like I mentioned earlier, by by Wednesday, these drawings are all flushed out in terms of the initial sketch. Okay. And then the next thing is to go into 3D, which we block out pretty quickly. Generally could do that in about a day or so. Especially if it's done by a team, then we could break that down to multiple people. And then by Thursday, Friday, you're rendering. So all right, let me try to speed this up a bit so we could zoom in further. Should we put elevators in this thing? I don't know. I don't think so. I think that's going to break our design a little bit. A little too modern. Just indicate a little bit of rock formations here. These are probably really hard rocks, so in order to support this type of structure, this cannot be a soft dirt type of mountain. Ready? Look at all these places we could build buildings, right? Now I'm just blocking all the rocks. Okay, let's put some buildings on top. So a little perspective grid in the back really helps when drawing these little tiny things, because it kind of gives me a nice guide, so I don't have to think about where I am in the drawing, because I'm so zoomed in here that sometimes you lose track of your perspective. But like I mentioned, if you don't want to draw this nicely, it doesn't matter. This is for yourself. So if you're working on your own projects, this stuff doesn't get seen by anybody. So you don't have to make it super nice. Your job right now is just to figure stuff out. So if you want to do it with just messy little sketches, go ahead. It's fine. Keep talking here. Otherwise, sometimes you might think the video froze because I'm working on such small pixels here that if you look away from the screen, it looks like the screen could have froze. So I'm trying to zoom in here and there. But years of demoing for students, I'm also quite used to just keeping the screen constantly moving so they don't fall asleep. Because all these students, they're staying up late doing homework and stuff. They're quite tired, but they also trying to stay awake to learn. Yeah? So I try to keep it as entertaining as I can during the demos to prevent sleeping. All right, this is looking pretty cool. Let's see, anything I left out? Oh, airships. I keep leaving out the airships. Okay, let's draw something in perspective here. Right now, they're going to be placeholders because I don't know what they look like. But I have a feeling they'll look like something like World War One, well, not World War One, early 1800s submarines. Something like this. Maybe, I don't know. But there are propellers. I'm not gonna put a big engine in or with glowing fire on them. I think that'll be a little science fiction-ish. Oh, what are they doing at the church? Oops, they should be at the docks, huh? Okay, it's all right. They're flying by the church. Where are the docks on this one? Here's a farm, maybe over here. Let's cut this rock out and build a dock inside it, like a cave structure. See, another cool area we could flush out later. So here's the ramps, loading structures to unload and load the cargo. Here's one of our airships parked. Another one waiting down here. Gotta park some of them, huh? So they can't just fly around all day. Might have a parking lot for them. See, all these things gotta figure out. I'm gonna figure that out. How did they do that? Let's park some few of them. One big ramp here, another one here, and we can park. They can't have that many. Let's say a kingdom has like a dozen, and they park over here. See, this is really cooler than just drawing a tower from a long distance and some dude looking at it, right? This is start to have some story attached to it, right? And it's way more fun, in my opinion, to draw this than a generic render, even though right now it's just a sketch. We're not even rendering anything. There's no lighting, there's nothing. But the fun factor for me is way more interesting than just doing a mindless tower for the 1000th time. Right? And trust me, that stuff is not going to get you any jobs at all. Okay. So remember I said I talked to a lot of my graduates and stuff. They say that AI has affected their friends who are not in the design industry, who are doing like simpler stuff. For example, drawing backgrounds for certain games, like for example some mobile game and these type of industries. They're using heavy amounts of AI now because their selling point is not the design or the art. Their selling point is generally some game they're doing, like match 3 and so forth. So that kind of industry, because the content is pretty basic, that will affect your job, right? But in terms of what we do, nope, it's not there. All right, what led me to say that? I forgot some point I'm trying to make. Okay. All right, I think this one's pretty good. This is a pretty cool tower. Oh, getting a job, I was saying. Yeah, mindless stuff, things that don't use your brain, don't solve things, are essentially what AI is doing right now. So if you have that in portfolio, it's going to be pretty tricky to find work. I just ran to a graduate I was in Korea last week, ran to David Noren. He's been doing stuff for Blizzard and a bunch of studios. And he was telling me he hasn't been out of work since he graduated from school 7.5 years ago. He's been swamped with jobs, right? So and these guys are not on the internet talking about anything because they're busy working. So sometimes the internet is very skewed. It's like it's not a very equal answer. So if you read online, it seems like everything's doom and gloom. You know, it's like AI is taking over everyone's jobs. There's nothing left. But then the people who have jobs are not on the internet saying anything. So you get a very biased opinion of what's happening. You know, if you talk to David Lauren, he's like, plenty of work, you know, and is making crazy amount of money doing it too. So it just depends on what industry, what sector you're in, what company you're working for. It's not all end of the world out there. There's something else I'll probably talk about in the next episode as well, because recently, you know, you got a lot of studios closing, firing people and so forth. I'll hit about that as well. But I think right now, because the timing of these things happening with the release of AI, a lot of people are putting the two together as if they're related, even though they're not really related to each other in terms of closing of studios and so forth. So, but I don't want to get into that. That's a whole other episode with a lot of interesting content I want to share with you all. So we'll do that in a different episode. A little bit of behind the scenes of how those things work, because I've been in both sides of the industry. You know, I worked in the design side, I also worked on the corporate side, basically deciding with teams if project should be greenlit or a studio should be closed, right? So I've been behind the scenes on some of those decision making. So it'll be kind of cool, I think, for me to share some of that stuff, so it's not just what you see in the media, because the media is quite skewed as well. Okay. All right, I think this one's good enough. Let's draw some. Where's my horizon? Horizon's here. So we should be able to see some landscape below. But it's all in fog, mostly in fog. And then above is nice weather. Let's nuke this one. I don't need that one no more. So even this tower, if you render it, probably cooler than just a generic one. This one's already have some basic logical stuff to it, right? You can see kingdoms and structures of airships, right? And it's got some okay form going for it as well. All right. That is pretty neat. Right now I draw very light, so the way I do these sketches, like I'm barely pressing, right, to prevent my wrist from hurting. So if I'm okay with it, just double it up like this. Just copy the layer on top of itself. It becomes a darker drawing. So that way, instead of pressing hard with your hand, just use Photoshop's tools to help you make it darker. And this is how I'm able to keep my wrist from developing any kind of problem in the last almost 30 years now. I've never had any issues with my hands or wrist at all. Versus I do have friends of mine or industry people that I know of that actually had to do surgery for carpal tunnel. And I think lots of it has to do with holding the Wacom just way too tight. Okay. All right, this one's good to go. Let me take a quick break, and then we're gonna start zooming in to each section. All right, so I'll be right back. Alrighty, let's continue drawing. So I am gonna go back to this page here and open up another one, because now we want to start to flush out some of these areas. I want to see what this looks like, right? So let's go back to here. Let's draw a red mark. Okay, I want to see what, for example, this section looks like. Let's start with kind of like a medium area, right? So not the poorest, not the richest. Let's start with a medium. I think that would be easiest. So let's just zoom into one of these sections, like here. Okay, this zone. What does it look like? I don't know yet, so I'm gonna draw it out. Okay, let's do that. So I need a blank page. Go to my pen, and I'm gonna go back to drawing side views again. Okay, just to figure this stuff out. Let's see. So now we're way zoomed in. Now I'm gonna keep that design cue going, which is everything vertical. Oh, I'm gonna switch my references to the Hong Kong image now. So let me go to my other screen. Where's my Hong Kong image? Here it is. All right. So here we're gonna start seeing the buildings themselves, as well as the kind of the diesel engine pipe stuff that I want to start to put in. So it's almost like medieval meets modern or 1940s technology. No idea if that's going to work, but in my mind, it works. I don't know, so let's see. Gotta flush it out to see. Okay, so first we go vertical, right? So this is not how medieval buildings are built. We're making them much more taller than they are, but that's the design language I want to establish. Okay, now let's go. Let's put some buildings in here. We could say that they're extracting some kind of gas from below, right? Kind of the generic Final Fantasy VII story or something. Like they're extracting energy from the ground, therefore releasing the monsters to come out, and they're using this gas to create their own energy source, which are powering these machines. Just see one building here. This whole place, I want to make it kind of overcrowded, just like how Hong Kong looks like, right? All these buildings are aged. It's been here for 50, 60 years, right? So it's not brand new. I think I want that look. Just the visuals I personally like, right? I want things to be off grid a little bit. So these windows are not perfectly placed. It's almost like they have the bottom floor, then they added the another floor on top 20 years later, that type of look. Because I just find that kind of visuals to be super, super cool looking. Now, in Hong Kong, they have those AC units, so we could do something maybe similar. I don't know what these are. Some extracting thingy. So what I'm doing is I started with establishing a shot, right? And now I'm doing a side view of sort of what these buildings could look like. Once I figure out enough stuff, I could then get into shot design. So I'm gonna do probably one or two of these for now, right? In the real world, I'll probably do a few more. Right now I'm kind of compressing things down just a bit for demo sakes. But once I have enough stuff figured out, then I could start to draw shot designs. Because we don't want to over-design either. In the early phase of pitching ideas to clients or for your own IP, these things might not survive down the line. So we don't want to design everything out and then have this, for example, the client could be like, actually, we don't want to do the tower thing anymore, right? So then all these drawings kind of become wasted. So what I'm going to do is figure out just enough stuff to get this world sold. Okay, enough to go into a pitch, like about 12, a dozen images or so. That's enough. So I'm going to put it into shot designs basically put the camera into the world versus these side view stuff. Side view stuff are fun for us to look at, but not really fun for clients to look at because they cannot see the world this way. It's too basic for them, right? So this is for us just to figure out how things work. So as soon as I know what I'm doing, then we will move into shot design. And I hope to accomplish all that today. This might run to 4 hours long, I think, if that was the case. So who cares? We'll do it. Because I still got to do a few of these. And then some of it, once I figure out the overall look, I could design in the shot. So I don't need the side view things. I'll design the architecture and the layout as I do the shot designs. Let's see, I'm looking at my reference right now for some ideas. Yes. Something that makes it very, very sort of modern, that's not medieval, but we can use medieval structure to do it, is these staircases that do this. Almost like those 80s apartment blocks. That is pretty cool like that. Then we could do another one over here from this door. We could connect it over here. So this, you see, we started with something pretty generic, right? Like diesel engine type things. But this visual is already starting to look like its own thing. I think. From what I know online, I think there's things like these, but it's using more of Asian motif, like Japanese. But it's okay if it's been done, right? We're just using this to learn. And design evolves. So if we see something that might be similar to this, then we'll tweak it. The key is to start doing something and do something with storytelling. Okay. So at this point, I want to do some functional designs. So a few things we could do here. We could do, for example, I want to do like an elevator thing, but maybe we could do something that is like a wall. What do you call those things? Kind of like an elevator, but it shifts products up and down. I don't know. Figure that out. Like it go up and down. Okay, this is rock. But I do like where this is going in terms of the structure. That looks pretty neat. Are we slanted here? Oh, a little slanted. Here's my vertical. Let me check my vertical. Okay, let me fix the vertical here. This building's a little slanted. Fix that. No, it's this line here as well. Whoa, that line was way off. Okay. Okay, that should fix it. Some slant is okay, right? Because I want to make this place look old, right? So kind of almost like mud. Not mud, but kind of old bricks. This stuff is really, really fun to draw, by the way. It's very therapeutic because it's just fun stuff I like to draw, and we don't have opportunities like that for a lot of projects because a lot of projects, they're already established themes that the clients want to do. So you can't just draw whatever you want. Big stone base. Flip this back. Some students are probably watching this. Oh man, this is so slow. I want to see cool stuff. Unfortunately, this is how it works in the real world. Yeah. To find cool designs, you have to spend time looking for it, figuring it out. And this is also where AI falls apart. So I hate keep bringing it up, but once you get down to this level of tuning, it's very hard for AI to do because it doesn't have the source for it. So the more original your forms become, the harder it is for it to solve these problems. So it doesn't even know how to put lights in, for example, in the correct places and doors in the correct places. You might solve that eventually to a certain degree, but like I said, our industry is too small for it to monetize. So we're just getting the benefit of what they're trying to do as an ultimate goal, I think. So right now, that's why I see some pretty images and stuff. That stuff is pretty fun, but I don't know if they're going to go deeper than that because for these companies, just not worth the investment. Okay. Okay, this is looking pretty cool. I'm going to put a few more chimneys here just to break up the forms. So this place is all around weather, so in the winter they get pretty cold. So notice everything I'm doing, trying to do vertical, right? That's the design cue that I established early on. So even these windows, they're vertical slots like this. You know, like they're going up and down. More tall than wide. Because that's the look I'm trying to go after. And all these interesting little spaces in between buildings could look really cool. Pull on the back. Put some of these wood structures back there. So I'm about an hour into design, right? Because we spent about an hour talking about stuff. So actual drawing is about an hour. So knowing my own design energy, I probably only have about 2 hours left before your brain shuts down. So I want to get these designs down as quickly as I possibly can to not burn out, you know, of your brain. And the rest of the day, just coffee and do meetings and stuff like that. I'm talking about in the real world. That's what I generally do. Okay. I really hope this is helping some of you out there to see and how design sort of works and get you inspired, right? That's the whole point of this episode, just to inspire you to start doing this yourself. No matter if you could draw well or not or whatever. If you want to do this in 3D, start it, fine. Doesn't matter to me. It's just, let's start to put design into things. Let's start making the industry cooler, you know? So, and we have a lot of power. Like I said, man, our influence is heavy. If you're a good designer, you can influence entire projects to go a certain way. So if you think games are looking generic, or you think like, you know, design these days are not so good, then go do something about it, right? We could totally change these kind of things, because I've been part of projects in which we change entire visual directions of games and films, you know, due to concept art. So it is a very powerful medium. But you have to convince whoever's paying for this stuff that is worth doing. So you got to put in the time to convince them. Okay, there's a little bridge right here. This is pretty neato. This is pretty neat looking. Okay. I'm gonna do one more because I like where this is going. But I like that. That's kind of cool. This could just be a cliff drop off. So this is more like medium housing. This is not exactly poor district. I'm gonna do one that's a little bit more in the middle of town, so a little bit more rich. So I'm gonna switch over to my rich reference, which is, let me just look at that real quick. This one. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the Hong Kong one to get my visual cue. Boink. Okay, let's do another one. So same thing, I'm gonna start with just gestural blockings of big forms. After this, we'll do a couple of airships, and then we will start drawing scenes. Layered vertical shapes. Just use big blocks to block it in. I want everything to be on different levels. Okay, that's a nice little grouping right here. Right? Just like the rock they're on, right? Everything's speaking the same design language. So the exterior establishing shot has a rock formation kind of like this, right? So right now my buildings are formatted in the same way. And that's going to keep a nice design language going throughout this IP. Okay, let's start drawing this out. Let's try a different rooftop. So this is the more richer area. So let's try some cone-shaped roofs. And see if that looks good or not. Little tower. Still very gestural in my line work. I want ideas to free flow. Don't want things to make it slow down. So this is a richer area, so let's get some nicer windows in there. Just copy and paste this. Paste this a few more times elsewhere. Pew, 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 pew. If you're saying, oh, I should have done this, or I should do that, good, go do it. Okay, go do it on your own version. That's the whole idea. Okay, draw this out. Yeah, this will work, I think. I don't know. All right. Remember, don't worry about failing. This is the whole point, is experimentation. All right. And if you're not doing this on the job, you could spend time on this. You don't have to do it in one day. You don't have to do it in one afternoon. You could spend, give yourself maybe 2 weeks to figure out all the rough stuff. That's fine. Another little tower right here. Let's put in some of that diesel technology. So I grew up reading a lot of like European comics, Mobius and Wonky Menace, and I love that visual, that kind of very dense machine and old technology mixed together. Wonky Menace has a lot of those things. So I've brought up his name a lot in Design Cinema, so you can look him up. The Meta Baron stuff, just look it up. It's freaking awesome. So that's influenced me quite a bit in terms of just the visualness of things, the density of things. And that's what I'm doing with this. It's like these big units extracting gas from the ground below and piping it into all the homes, creating these cool visuals. These little nooks and crannies. Let's do a little airship landing platform right here. Too big. Little alleyway right here. We could put a little dude in here for scale later. Make a really long, like those little alleyways you see in Japan. So this is a tower right here, a very, very tall tower. On the bottom, let's put another window. Let's put a very tall window here. And then stone base. This is the alleyway I talked about earlier. So let's do a staircase up to this section. Let's draw some weird machine thing. I should probably mention also, get yourself a good work environment, especially a nice chair. Super, super important. I've been using the Herman Miller chairs forever. They're expensive, but they last a long, long time, right? So I just recently, in my other house, threw away my Herman Miller that I bought in 1999. It lasted 20 something years, right? Those are built really, it finally broke. Probably could have get it fixed, but I figured it's probably time to buy a new one. So I'm sitting on another one right now in this house. I have Herman Millers in the office as well. They're everywhere. So because they're super, super comfortable. I actually don't recommend getting like those gaming chairs and stuff. So a lot of them are actually not that comfortable. So go for the OG. Get yourself a nice desk. Be comfortable. This is where you spend, if you're going to spend majority of your time here, you want to make sure your back is well supported, your neck and all those things. So I'm very comfortable right now drawing. So it's totally a relaxing environment. This is probably why I never used a Cintiq as well. Cintiq actually makes you quite tired because I feel like I'm bending over and put my eyes really close to the screen, and that hurts your eyes. So right now I'm sitting very comfortable away from the screen. my eyes is always relaxed, because if I have to zoom in, I just zoom in like this, right? If I want to zoom out, I zoom out. So I don't need to actually put my face close to the screen at all. If I want to see something bigger, just physically zoom in. That's something that I find the Cintiq actually hurts my eyes, because I find myself drawing like a real paper, in which I gotta put my face close to the screen. And so I used it for like maybe a few months, and I stopped using it. So let's put a little dude in here for scale. See, now this little dude is way more complex. You want to design this part out than far away looking, because now we're at human scale. Remember I mentioned in my previous design cinema, designing at human scale is much harder, because you have to solve problems. Oh, that's actually too small. It should be like this big. Otherwise those windows are like ginormous. Okay, that's about right. This is looking pretty neat. I like it. So I just saw the stuff in my head. I didn't really test it out. But it's working, I think. Okay, let's finish this section off, and then we could take a quick break, and let's do some airships, and then we do shot design, and I think this episode is good. And purposely, I don't want to render anything for this episode. I don't want to just do line work, man. Pure design. I want to do some platforms. I think if I have all these tall things, we could do platforms that go up and down. How do I do that? Let's see. How do I do that? So if I have a tall building, right? I guess that'll be an elevator, but it's more like a platform, like an open elevator. Let's see. Let me try to figure it out. Remember, because I said I want to do actual design stuff into each, functional stuff into each of these. So if we start from here, we could build it into something like this. I'll just place it here for now. Something like this I have to figure out later. But I think that'd be kind of cool, because we could still use medieval technology-ish with a little bit of a diesel engine to power the mechanisms. But basically, let me copy that little dude over here. You come over here. So this thing could go up and down. Let's protect them a little bit so it doesn't fall off. Right now it looks like a bridge, but in my mind this thing is some kind of platform that go up and down, which could be pretty neat. Okay. I want to do another staircase going this way into this section here. Flip canvas. I'm liking where this is going though. So at this point, this design is still going forward, right? So if I'm at a certain stage where, for example, it's not working, I just move on to a different sketch, right? We fix it, we evolve it. So we're kind of lucky this time that this is starting to work. Sometimes you get designs that just doesn't work. It's like you draw it just looks generic, or it's not, you're not feeling it. Okay, so right now this one I'm feeling it is okay. Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's got the vibe that I want, kind of that fantasy medieval vibe. And hopefully distinct enough that it's his own thing. That's always something we strive for as concept designers, that we're designing something that is just different enough to separate your IP from another one. Okay, let's flush this side out. Let's draw. Let's do a little archway. You can see why this stuff, if you're gonna do this in 3D, it's very hard to do this unless you're really good with 3D software. Because to explore this quickly, to construct forms this fast, right, and to create these areas, it's too slow. And that's a problem we run into with even senior designers, that they jump into 3D and they get locked down too early with just not so good designs, right? Very generic stuff. and then by then they already spent 2-3 days on it. So this one allows me to, like, if I want to like put another tower, I can just copy and paste this one, you know. So of course you can do this in 3D as well, but you have to build this stuff first, you see. So here's just a quick sketch. You can like play around with things like this. And just put it over here, right? But I think this one doesn't look so good, 2 of them, so I'm gonna delete it. Okay. As I draw this, I can start coming up with some rules. Because as an art director, you also need to start to write down some notes. So if this gets broken down into teams working on it, so now instead of just me, there could be maybe 7 other designers on it. Then you have to have a uniform rule, assuming this design goes forward, right? So some of the rules that we already have is we try to use verticalness as much as possible. So all the buildings go upwards. That could be one rule. Another one could be we don't do things on the same level, right? We constantly adjust the height of things, so they're always one on top of another. Another one could be we try not to repeat too many structures, so each one is unique. But that's going to make the cost very, very high to do. But it is something we could try in the beginning. So each building is just slightly different from another, almost like they're built in different times. These are all things we could strive for. All right. Let's do a bridge over here to see. So this goes down. Let's do a canyon right here. Some stonework right over here. And these are all big support wood beams. I have reference for all this, by the way. I have it on the reference page. So generally when I'm gathering references, I kind of store a lot of that stuff in my mind. So as I draw this, I can already kind of recall them. Okay. I wonder how many of you are still here. It's like 2 hours, 3 hours in already. It's a Friday night too, man. I started this at I think I started this around 8 o'clock p.m. Right now it's 10:20, so yeah, 2 and something hours in. Instead of going to a nice fancy restaurant, I'm here drawing for you guys. But this is fun. This is really fun stuff. But my voice is starting to go a little bit. So yeah, when I used to teach in Singapore school, man, my voice would be like gone by the end of the day. Sometimes you do a whole morning of critique sessions, and then you do demos. Man, by 6 o'clock, your voice is just shot up. So, which reminds me, I should drink more water. All right, coffee is now cold. But man, this stuff is fun, man. It's like the feeling I have really is exactly the same when I was like 20 years old or something. Every job I got, I just love doing it. It's just so, I don't know. I guess I really like this industry. I find it to be so fun to be creating stuff and then seeing that stuff come alive throughout the years is quite addictive. Then the first time I saw someone playing a game that I worked on at Best Buy, you know, they have those demo machines, and you see these kids playing it, and you're seeing your designs moving around on the screen. It's pretty trippy. And then of course seeing your stuff in a movie is even trippier because it's freaking huge on the screen, and then you got like millions of people around the world watching it. It's pretty cool, and that stuff becomes highly addictive. Of just want to create more stuff to entertain people. Right, and that's why I said I never really care about my own drawings and stuff like that. I'm a designer. I'm really not an artist really, so I really don't care about my work that much. I care about the idea behind it way more. I want to see these things realized and live on, you know, in video game or film history. So, and I like working with talented people, talented designers, directors, writers. It's just that creativity is highly addictive. And that's another factor we mentioning AI. I don't want to do that stuff, right? I think so many artists have the same feeling, right? Who wants to work with a machine? So yes, it could be you could do certain things, but at the end of the day, we're people want to work with people. They're going to be companies that try to save money and so forth, or they're going to try to integrate that, but I think the people factor is never going to go away. You guys still remember metaverse when that was a buzzword? So that kind of went away. Remember that? Remember Meta was trying to make a metaverse world, and that kind of disappeared. And then after that was VR, right? You saw Apple doing it with Vision, and that's not doing really well. So these things come and go a lot, these technologies. I think AI obviously is not stronger as a tool, but I don't know how far it's going to go either. I have a feeling half of it is just for inflating stock market stuff, which is good. If you bought NVIDIA early, then you're probably very happy right now. NVIDIA splitting, by the way, 10-to-1 split. So yeah, if you got yours at $50 or whatever, you're gonna be very happy. I think right now it's up to almost 1,000 a share. All right. Alrighty. Look at this thing. It's pretty cool, huh? I dig it. Someone in the comment section is like, I've seen this before in this show, so maybe you have, I don't know. But as you guys see, I created this from just reference, real world reference, and just sketching, so we don't have other people's work on the screen here. So if it does exist, then I can still sleep soundly at night knowing I didn't rip anybody off. But this concept is not original, that I admit for sure. You know, steam stuff, engine stuff, it's been around since the 80s, man, or 70s. But the way I mixed it, hopefully it's interesting enough. I think the verticalness, the Hong Kong visual cue is helping it a little bit. Make everything go upwards. And of course the medieval stuff. I've seen this done with Asian buildings for sure. Like there's one on Pinterest that's always shows up. You know, it's like the Miyazaki Japanese building on a big cement block. You know, that's got a bunch of pipes running on it. So that stuff, we all seen that one. So, and that one's pretty cool actually. Oh, there's no plants in this world, huh? Yeah, it's okay. Plants are hard to draw anyway, so we'll put those in later. We're still doing side view. Let's do some perspective soon. I think what I'll do, let me check my time. If the time is good, we'll draw some airships because that's fun. And then we'll draw some airships in perspective because that's fun. And then we'll do shot designs. I do want to do one of these towns in perspective, but I think this shot here is enough for me to figure stuff out without drawing a perspective drawing. We'll go direct into shot design. Let's do a baby airship park here. Side view, let's do a side view. This is like some rich guy's personal airship, so not that big. Bloop. Bloop. Made out of wood. Some fins. Little door. Little glass cockpit. Let's put it up here. Doop. Yeah, that's cool. Let's put this fin a little bigger. Love these quirky things, right? So this is stuff I grew up with. So again, draw what you like to draw, man. You don't have to do what other people are doing. Do what you like to do. Do what you find fun. That's going to be our early start for our airship design. Okay, let's do that. This one's a little weird looking. Let's do it like that. You know those World War I where early biplanes, they have these kind of fabric rudders and wings, that kind of material. Okay. Alrighty, I think this is pretty neat. We have some of it figured out. And this is enough. I think In the real world, I probably will do a few more, I think, but this is enough, I think, in terms of like my brain to figure out what to do for shots. I'm lacking a little bit in the function department, but we'll try to figure some of that out later. All right, a few more windows. I want to distribute. I made an episode a long time ago about distributing details, right? So we want to group thin details and deep, very dense areas together, and then we have areas of breathing space. So gotta have some areas open. We don't want to dense everything. So right now it's balanced out pretty well. So it's visually pleasing. All right, so let's copy and paste this on top of each other so it's a little bit darker. We can do a gray wash on these if you want. Let's try it. I don't know. Let's see. So it's a little dark. Oops, too light. Just do a quick gray wash. So we can separate out positive and negative forms. So this tower, like this little alleyway, I could use this to separate it. So you can see the alleyway behind it is more brighter. But generally for these, I don't even do gray washing because again, this is for yourself. So if I can understand where the negative forms are, then it's good enough, right? But if you are showing this to a client or something, then a little bit of gray wash will help separate the forms out a little bit. But we rarely show this to clients because they're gonna freak out. They're like, "What is this? Don't understand." Right? So I only show these if you're working on a project for a very long time and the client trusts you. Like say mostly like directors and stuff. Like they worked with you long enough, they know that you could draw things nice anyways. They won't get freaked out with sketches. And also most directors are visually trained, I guess would be a good word, so they can understand sketches versus sometimes some clients might not be able to see visually, so you have to make the visual nicer. Okay. Anyways, here's some gray wash. I'm gonna make it super light. I don't want this to dominate stuff. I'm gonna add a little bit of clouds in the back just to bridge it together. Use the clouds to cut the piece. This actually should be in a cliff background, huh? The cloud shouldn't even be seen here. Otherwise, this would be like by itself. It shouldn't be. So actually, the cliff should be like over here, like this. Like something like that. Clouds could exist here. This side could be all just cliff and more buildings. Let's indicate a few. Something like that. Okay, let's take a quick break here and we'll do some airships and then we'll continue. Alrighty, we are back. Let's do some airships. So I have a layer here just for airships, which has no grid because I could draw this freehand, no problem. Let's draw side view first. So I already switched my references to the World War I kind of early Civil War ships and submarines and U-boats and so forth. So let's start sketching and let's start with side view. So let's see here. Looking at my references. So this is going to be a form exercise to start with, and then we'll get some of the functional stuff in there as we go. So this will have some kind of real world logic to it to a certain degree to make it believable to the viewers. But obviously this doesn't work because there's no airships that flies like anti-gravity style like this, but we're trying to make it work. All right. I already checked the video. This video is already almost 3 hours long, so it's 2.5 already, I think. So it's going to be a long video. Okay. Choo-choo propeller. Right. It's pretty much a submarine, but we just made this fly look cool. Maybe some lights in the front. I usually actually will start probably from this guy because it's easy, right? This is a standalone thing. It's like a single object, which makes designing a little bit easier. But for today's demo, I want to start with the establishing shot. But normally I probably will start with this because easy stuff will ease you into the project faster. Oh, this is fun to draw, this airship. Because right now I'm completely in the world now. I can see sort of how this world operates, the technology, the materials. Even though they're just sketches, but I can see it. And once you reach that zone, it's very easy to go forward with everything. Right. Obviously, when I use the word very easy, it's not if you're a student, but once you are in a design industry for long enough, you could feel it when you're in that zone, when everything starts to click. But finding this is hard. So today we're lucky that we found it while we're doing this live, essentially. Sometimes you're on a real job and you just can't find that visual thing. You know, you try different directions and it just doesn't look good, and it's frustrating. But that's something we have to deal with. Yeah. Let's put a little window here. This one's kind of small for a shipping version, so let's design a bigger one later. I don't want to do too many since for time reasons. Let's do like 3 or 4 side views and let's draw 1 or 2 in perspective. But this is pretty fun to draw. Very fun forms and materials, right? I got wood and brass and these things. Little lid. These windows probably should be round. Round makes it too summery looking. Okay, this one's kind of going against my visual cue, which is everything's tall. But I think should we try one that's tall? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. This one might have to break the visual cue, right? I think making tall airships. Let me see. What would that be? Like something like this. I think this is that's a hard sell. I don't know about that. Let's see. Because aerodynamically, it just doesn't look that good. In space, we could get away with it, but I think in this world, it's going to be a little hard to sell. All right, this is one. Moving all the way. Okay, let's try another one. Whoop. Look at my reference and kind of just draw. Let's draw one that's different form factor. This one's more like a ship. Whoop. Whoop. Let's make this one a cargo ship. So pilot there, and then we got a big back area to store stuff. This shape is not so nice looking. This is okay. Still not the best. I think this line's not so good. Let's erase it. Flip it. Maybe it's this front. Maybe it's this line that's not working. Ah, this is better. I'm about 2 hours into design, so I got about an hour left of energy, so gotta get through this. Okay, this is working. This one could have some exposed engines, would be kind of cool. Let's expose it right about here. Sort of a motor thing. Still keeping the drawing very, very gestural. Big old engine right there. That's going to kick into a prop. Ah, I like it. The engine's kind of big though. Let's shrink it down a bit. Because it's going to give it a scale away. Because I think this one is, let's draw a little guy. Something like that. Still a huge engine. Okay. I think the size is pretty good though for a cargo. Can hold quite a bit. Because I don't want to make these super big. I like little tiny spaces and stuff like that. Like the inside these ships have little tiny rooms and stuff. Because we do want to draw some interiors of these as well if we have time today. I want to get to it. Okay, let's figure out the cargo door. Flip this back. Cargo, probably opening from the top is the easiest. That's easy to load stuff. So we'll make some railing here. So we'll see that in perspective once we draw this in perspective. Okay, don't need really windows in cargo space, but we could put some windows in the front where the cabins are. Cargo, will give it one window. This is the engine block. But I'm not super in love with this shape yet, so we'll see. Play around with it. But it's okay. Okay, let's move him out of the way. I still like that one the best. Okay, let's do another one. Let's see. Let's play around another form, right? I don't want to make all these exactly the same. Let's play with the like thin fish nose looking thing. So now looking at some Civil War iron ships for this form here. Kind of got this nose. This will be a big one. Curving this way. And then we have the engine stuff over here. So this one, the cargo is shipped in the open. This will be a cargo space here. Remember, we're avoiding military stuff, right? That's a rule that I set earlier. I don't want to put cannons and all sorts of stuff. These are all civilian ships. They might have some light defense pointing downwards, perhaps. Oh yeah, I want to do the little baby stuff that hangs off of them. I'll do that in a bit. I'll write it down before I forget. Baby ships. Right, so just in case they want to go down and hunt some monsters, they have, it's almost like lifeboats in a way, hanging on the side of it, but they're actually meant to go down into the fog to do whatever they want. Yes, I like this line. That's kind of cool. Makes it a very recognizable form. Again, these are things I like, right? You don't have to follow trends and draw stuff you've seen a million times before. Draw what you think is cool. Should be some cabins down here. This window's a little low. Should be probably right about here. I'm gonna put a little guy for scale. Okay. I love big rudders. I think they look really cool. Let's put a big rudder on here. All of this makes no sense in terms of reality, but we're trying to mimic believability, right? To make it look like it could work. And it gives animators and 3D artists things to do as well. So we could rig all this so it looks like it sort of works. Bloop. Little baby one on top. Bloop. Big old prop. Need some support prop. Let's put it right about here. This screw is a little long. These, if it's that long, you waste a lot of energy. So let's shrink it down a bit. Like you see the older ships, they have these long screws. Actually, it's not very efficient because you lose the torque or whatever the energy that goes out. So you want to keep this this part shorter, but it looks cool when it's long like that, right? So like if I make it out here, it looks kind of cool, but not very efficient. But who cares? Let's do it that way. Okie dokie. It's cool. We have like 3 different ships. We have a very, very long cargo version. These windows are too big. We have a medium size, kind of a protected one, and then we have the little tiny one. Let's put the baby ships on this one. So let's see. Let's put it. I don't want to hurt the form. Let's put it over here. So I don't want to disrupt this form. This form is nice. So if I hang one here, that kills this form a bit. So I'm going to block it over here. So this one, I'm going to sample a early submarine design. So I'm looking at my reference right now. Okay, let's see. Go something like this. So he needs the mothership to fly. So maybe it gets his power from it or something. All right, these are things we have to figure out eventually. For now, we do the idea first. I need him for scale. So this thing is really small, just like the submarine of the time. Except this is a little flying one. So just enough for like 2 people on board. And then we have a cannon. I know I don't want to do military, but this is a scouting, so we need big lights. Because down the fog layer, it might be really, really dark. Almost like nighttime. So let's do some lights. It's pretty much like a submarine, it's actually, right? Deep diving submarine. But that's cool. That's relatable to the audience. Since we're breaking the rule of logic at this point anyways, right? There's no such thing as flying airships, or this type of airship at least. So we'll just make the audience accept this design. This one's used for, oops, I forgot my prop. That propeller would do nothing in this kind of scale. Let's make it bigger. If you're thinking, man, I would have done this, I would have done this. Good, do it. Right? So it's easy to criticize. So that's good. Criticize means you can have a solution then. And that's what I want you to do. Go design something. Make it better. Okay, this is the baby one. I don't like this top fin. For now, this is fine. Let's hang this on a rack. Just like a lifeboat. So when time comes, this is lowered into, oh, this will hit this engine, huh? This is some logic problem over here. So if this thing is attached to the side like a wing, this thing cannot get lower because it will hit this section. That's a problem. I'm gonna have to move this. Can't put it there. So we, let's put it, this will hurt that curve. Hold on a second, let me figure this out. Let's delete this. I wanna make this a little bit more streamlined. So this is real-time stuff here, right? But this is what we do as designers. We have to solve problems. Okay, good. I want to make this just a little bit thinner and longer. Let me redo this shape. Almost like a straight line. Okay, I like that. So more like a torpedo. Okay, where can we hang this thing? We can't. Oh, why is there 2 of these? Oops, this one shouldn't be there. Get rid of it. Blank. Okay, with that one. I think I could hang it here. let's hang it here. Let's just break that line a little bit. It's fine. We'll just break that line a little bit. We'll hang it here. Then we kill this line here. Oops, too much. But this stuff I want you to see, right? This is the reason why I'm doing this in real time, is just so you can see decision making done in real time. This is design thinking. And this design, I'm telling you right now, even this one right now, AI can't do these things. It's very complex. So as soon as you try to do this yourself, you'll see as well. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's like, oh, AI is super weak when it comes to things like this. It can bash together a bunch of stuff, but it can't come up with this level of functional design. Right? Like even how this crew gets on. Now I'm having this little negative form here that concaves in just slightly to make room for this little guy. So there'll be one on each side. I think that'll look pretty neat. This form is not so good, so I'm going to try to use the big ship's form as part of its form. So they follow the same line. They'll look nicer. So this is a multifunctional design, something I talked about in the episode where AI cannot do. This is very difficult stuff because this ship has to fit into the body of the main ship and detaches. So, okay, there we go. It's almost like a little torpedo. The idea is cool, right? So if we like this idea, we could always flush out another one. We could flush out these designs. We could do multiple versions of it. We could erase baby ships. Don't need that no more. But I like where this is going. In fact, might as well. Maybe we'll just do one more for, because we can. All right, let's do one more. Let's fit it right in here. Let's do one more tall one. I kind of like where this is going in terms of the form. So I'm gonna try to do one more in this style, like a long nose. I think that's gonna give us a nice iconic identification for these ships. But this one, I'm gonna stretch it out this way even longer and put a weight on the back. So that way I could dangle my ships a little bit more on the front. Okay, let's see. Let's give it some nice big fins. This stuff is really, really fun, man. It's because you're just coming up with ideas. It's like playing with toys, except you just make your own toys. Okay, here's the engine compartment. Prop. Man, it's like almost 11 o'clock over here. We're gonna hit midnight before we're done, I think. Maybe I'll continue this tomorrow. I don't know. Nah, I'll just finish it. But we've been working what, 2.5, 3 hours. So you can see in real time, this is in the real world, this is how fast things get made as well, for me at least. So in the morning time, by afternoon, we'll have already a bunch of stuff figured out. And we still got half a day left to figure out the rest of it, take a lunch break, right? And then get some energy back and do some of the figuring out, and then come in fresh on Tuesday and flush out the rest of the stuff. Very typical of my work schedule. So this is another open ship in which cargo is put on in the middle section here. Right, let's drop some baby ships. So this one I could make the baby ship here. Right inside the form here. I'm also gonna cut a concave shape. A beautiful cut right about here to hold this ship. So this ship will hug the mothership very closely, but when it needs to be deployed, it'll come out from this concave shape just slightly, and that'll be a nice little reveal for the audience. We might even make the cockpit pop out or something, so it has a little bit of animation. So those are all things I'm thinking as I draw, right? This is all being done in real time thinking in terms of what I'm doing right now. I didn't, come up with any of this. I'm just thinking it out loud, and that's how designs morph, how it evolves. And it's so important, I think, for you guys to see that. Okay. And from here, we can start even thinking about the costume design for the crew, right? The parents who's gonna go missing and all that stuff. What do they wear? And This is all wood. This engine is probably made out of metal, iron, not iron, metal. Okay, we could put a fin here. Doot, 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 doot. We could put a propeller in the front too, right? Who cares? Okay. This is not a modern 737 engine. It's just a diesel-ish kind of thing. Okay. This stuff is crew quarters, the captain quarters, like an old tall ship. Could be in the back. So let's give the captain some nice cabin here. This guy's window right there. He's got another window right there. Another window right there. He's got a little window right over here. Usually they have the lights in the back, right? So ships could see if they're facing left or right and stuff like that. So let's put a light over there. Ooh, this tail I like. Ship light. Oops, too big. Actually, a lot of aviation stuff comes from ships, right? So like the green light, red light, all that kind. All the terms come from ships. Rudder and all that type of stuff. Port side, starboard side, bow, stern. Okay. Oh yeah, this ship I like. It's cool looking, and it's, I think, its own thing, which is good. Let's do a little bit of an air intake just to cool. I know this is kind of modern, but I just want to put one here to cool off the engine or something. Kind of like the F-16 intake. Even though I don't think these are burning any kind of combustion. Maybe, oh no, let me see. How would it be powered? Probably be a motor burning oil, burning gas, versus a combustion engine, which this is more like a car engine, you know what I'm saying? It's still combustion, I guess, but different than how a jet engine works. Okay. Actually, let's get rid of that intake. Breaks my line. I like the original line. I'm just rambling here. Oh, this guy needs some windows. Okay, and then he needs some lights. This will be a search thingy. Could also use as a lifeboat, I guess. Okay. Cool. We have a couple of airships. My favorite is this one, and I kind of like this guy. So let's flush those two out in perspective. Let's do that. Let's do a new layer. Let's first copy and paste this one, so slightly thicker. All right, and I'm gonna draw. Let's draw this one first. Do it. What? I don't want that. Okay. Skew. Let's draw this guy out in perspective. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Horizon lines, put it right about here. What's our time? Okay, we're good. Whoa, that's bad perspective right there. Hold on, let me figure this out. Doot. Okay, good enough. I'm gonna draw this out pretty quick as well, so just to get an overall feel for this. Boom, 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 boom. Because eventually we could, you know, this is a real project. All this stuff will go into 3D, right? Or go into Blender and figure all this stuff out. So right now we just need just enough information. If you're building it yourself, then you just need enough for you to understand. Now this is going to a 3D modeler to help you build out, because in the company that I run, we actually have 3D modelers that helps with the concept side, because they're much faster than concept artists building 3D models, because they come from 3D, right? They used to work in VFX companies and so forth. So then we could use their help in building some of this stuff out very quickly in 3D, and then that's passed over to concept artists So those things I'll go over in the next episode, building up your own companies. Okay, so we have an air intake here. I don't know what these front things do. What should we do? What should they do? Oh, we could put lights on them. Big old lights, right? Technology at the time, this is all like ancient technology. So we're not ancient, but like 1800s type look to it. So it's not robotic and have all these actuators and stuff, right? It's pretty basic stuff here. Little hood. Kind of ugly, it's alright. I kind of like it though. And I hope some of you are saying, "Nah, I wouldn't have done that. I would have made this into something else." Good. Okay, I said that a bunch of times already. That's what I want to hear. Okay, I want to hear you guys say, "Oh, I would have made it into this," or "I made it into that." That's what we want. We want design. This looks like a gun, which I don't want to do. But you know what? We can make it not a gun by making it into. Let me see if I can fix this into more of this kind of. Still looks like a gun. It's funky lights. Let's change the prop design. I mean the rudder fin like this. This is a pretty typical fin right here. This is just looks good on these kind of things. So, but it's okay. Little hatch on top. It's pretty much a submarine at this point, but I think make it fly in the air still look pretty good. Window 1. Window 2, these should be like these really thick windows with nice brass, gold brass around it. Nice wood. Pew, 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 pew. I think what I'll do is we'll continue this in maybe 115 and maybe build one or two of these out in Blender or something, like some basic version of it. So then we could, where is this one? What does it look like? Hold on, I need a side view. Be right back on that thought. Oops. Copy, paste. I need a reference image real quick. Because I do want to get into some Blender stuff, so maybe we'll build out a simple version to start so we don't jump into very difficult models to see how we could use some 3D in this kind of work. Now I'm drawing a little bit more sloppy than I usually draw because I'm trying to do this for time's sakes. I know I want to do this in real time, but I don't want to make it so slow that you're going to get bored by it. So I'm trying to draw a little bit faster than I usually. So it's a little bit more sloppy, but still kind of, I think, gets the point across. So that's how I want to do like an episode in 115 or something, in which we take one of these and draw it nicely. But this for your own sketch, this is good enough. You could sort of see where things are going. The only thing I don't like about this is that it feels too much like a submarine still, huh? Maybe it's this intake. These are things like sometimes a lot of things to figure out, like these parts, these mechanical details. We could figure that out in once we block out the model in 3D. because I don't want to get bogged down. It's very easy to get bogged down in those kind of things at this point, and that's going to slow your progress. We still got a lot more stuff to go, so at this point, those are things we have to solve. Like the front things like this, I don't like what that looks like either. I don't know what that is, but we can solve it later. Oh, this thing has a little intake, huh? I should put that in there. Little scoop. I flip the canvas for another reason, which is like certain curves I draw better going one direction than the other. So like this curve going from bottom left to upper right, I draw it better going from left to right. So if I reverse this, I can't draw this curve as nice. So that's why I'm flipping the canvas sometimes, depending on which curve I'm doing. Okay. This thing looks like a fish. Okay. Because this part looks like an eye. Okay. This could be the one the children use to escape the land. Like they steal this one. This could be a little patrol vehicle. And now let's do the one the parents crashes on. Oh, we need lights, huh? So let's see. We need some more lights. Let's put some on the side. Put one there. Let's put another one here. That's kind of cool. Let's put one right over here in the middle. Another curve. I draw better going this way. Whoop. And let's give it a center marker for the pilot. And also a thing to cut anything that could get in the way, like it's like a little knife to cut stuff. Okay. Little pitot stuff to measure speed. This thing needs a heavy bolt. I still don't like what these are. They look kind of weird. I don't know what they are. Maybe it's a claw. Hold on to something. I don't know. Figure that out later. Okay, this one's good. That's a sketch. Whoop. I don't need the side view. Okay, let's draw the big one. Where am I? Oops, delete the wrong one. That one. This one. Okay, move them to the side. Let's draw this one. And then we're almost through today's episode. We gotta do some shot designs though, which is gonna take a little bit of time too. Okay. Whoop. Okay, so this one's a super long one. Skew. Come on. Whoop. 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 So basically I'm drawing it. I'm making skew to put it down to center and then just draw the left and right side of it. This is a super long ship. All right, so let's figure this out. Okay, how do I start this? Let's see here. Let's establish the width of it, which is pretty wide. Oh, I need a side view again for reference. Put it over here. Okay, so we have this big old kind of like a duckbill shape going down to the front. And it kind of curves up and concaves back in. You guys will see now, right? This stuff. Yeah, good luck with AI coming up with stuff like this and solving these issues, these design issues. It's super hard to do. That's why doing this line of work is like, oops, I drawn the wrong layer. Doing this kind of line of work, you're not affected by AI at all. Okay. Let's do this. This goes down. Gotta solve some form stuff here, some complex curves coming together right about here, so gotta solve that. This is the concave part I'm talking about, where the little baby ships go in. So that's gonna concave in like this. All right, this is without the baby ships inside. So the form will do something like that. This will be a curve that comes up and then curves back in. Wood panels go like this. Draw a little hook in the front. This is the bridge. Side window, and then we have some windows right about here, here, and here. This will go down, little bump, then open up. Let me figure out this concave point right about here. It's almost like you've seen the Gatling gun on the F-16. The Gatling gun's stored in something like this. I think F-15 has that as well. I love that form, this kind of concave negative space. So if F-16, the Gatling gun would be like right over here. It'd be something like that. It looks really cool. Okay. Should we bump this up? It's okay. Okay, do it like that. Let's put a little hatch on top. This is a much bigger ship. Okay, this will come over here, and then we open up nice and wide for the cargo area. Running out of space. Let me move this over a bit. Then go up, go up, go up, go up. The captain's area is over here. This part is almost like a tall ship, like a 1600 tall ship. Go something like this. This part goes down and away. And this part is wood and then curves this way. Let's check our perspective. All right, perspective don't have to be super perfect, like I mentioned, as long as you understand, okay? But I do want to make it okay for you guys to see. We got fins. Let's do 3 fins here. Let's make it look nice. This part will be the captain's quarters. His door will be right over here. Could put some windows. Drawing this pretty sketchy, but hopefully you guys can see it. All right, we have the dual engines on left and right side. Let's put the baby ship inside it. Be right here. It's almost like a torpedo being stored. So this design is really difficult to prompt one out because it's multi-level stuff here. But you guys welcome to try. Some of you might be using AI. You could try it, see if you could, but I doubt it. So, and also I want to draw this stuff out. The fun is in the creation itself, right? In the making the stuff come alive because you've done it. So. Prompting is pretty boring, so all right, this is our cargo space here. For now, just empty. This part here probably has some kind of thing to hold this little ship in. We can actually have the pilots go into here with a little open area. Kind of, you ever seen the X-15, the test jet that hung below the B-52? I think that they could actually climb in or something. It's pretty neat. There's some nice footages of it on YouTube where he broke the sound barrier. It's pretty cool stuff. Okay. Chuck Yeager's flight. Okay. Got to put this big engine in, otherwise it looks really weird. Okay, so let's do. Taking a lot of shortcuts here to draw, but little detail doesn't matter at this point. Big picture, big picture. Right, like I mentioned many times, like a lot of us are Star Wars fans. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, but I cannot tell you the little panel on Darth Vader's chest, you know, like what buttons are on it and what does it look like. I do know he has a little panel on his chest, but what it is not, I don't know, right? So it shows you a lot of details. As long as you feel it's there, it's good enough, right? Because we're not designing real world engineering stuff here. We gotta make it feel correct. So as long as this engine feels correct, if I'm off a little bit with the engine parts, or it doesn't really matter. And that's the danger sometimes getting blocked out in 3D, because we see students spending so much time trying to figure out the placement of a screw or something, you know, that once you zoom out, you can't even see it. And they wasted, you know, that's really a time waster there. Maybe half an hour to a few hours on something that's completely can't be seen. Now that kind of level of detail is important once you start going to production, but generally that's not our job. War, that's done in a different phase. Right now this is being done in the early pitch phase of design. As long as the stuff feels correct, it's good enough. Okay. And remember, this is not the sketch the clients see, right? This is for yourself. We'll do cleanup versions of these. Can we see this engine on the other side? Let me do a quick calculation. Let's see, here is here. Do this here. Point here. I think this is just blocked. We'll see a little bit of it on over here. So this distance is there to there. So we'll see it right about here. See a little bit of this form over here. Just like that. We can make this fin bigger. So let's make it like that. I'm doing this just so we can see on the other side, so it looks nice. So that will be right about here. Yeah, that's a cool looking ship. Let's put some ship details in there so it has some perceived function. For example, we got some lights up here on the top. One here, one on the other side, one in the middle. So when this little hatch pops open, whoever's in there could operate some searchlights in the sky. This area I could actually make something pretty cool. I just thought of it. I could open a door here, and I could concave this in like so to create a negative space here. Not very aerodynamic, but these things don't go fast anyway, so it's fine. Because that creates a nice little space right here, you see? So this part goes down like this. Could be a forward observation deck. Goes like that, and then goes like boom, 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 boom. Little stairs. Little window. I love little spaces like this. So this shape is similar to that one. And then let's just, for safety, put some railings in here. The railing will start here. It's tall enough, they're not gonna fall over. So railing will start here and go around and end, oops, a little too early. End right about here. And that'll be a railing to prevent this guy from falling off. something like that, right? So these are little details that are starting to give us scale. And also to remind us what we've got to build if we go into 3D. Oh, but this one's a pretty complex build. This is pretty organic. Okay, let's put a few more details. We don't got to drop anchor on these because they're flying. Let's put a few more lights here. Let's put another light over here. Oh yeah, I've got the lights up here, huh? To indicate a night. Put one there. Kind of like your nav lights on airplanes. I think this might be one of the few that drawings I've done in real time, or designs in real time I've done in Design Cinema. So if you guys like it, we'll do more of these because it's actually easier for me to record because I don't have to prep anything. It's just done. What you see is what you get. So less prep time on my side. But they are going to be very long videos. Okay. Don't like this window. Let's concave it a little bit. Yeah, that's better. But I gotta be careful. I don't want to get bogged down by details at this point. This stuff is it's all changeable later. Right now, it's more about the big shape working and getting some early function stuff in it. Okay, so this is loads cargo. I think he needs his own crane to offload them, right? Because if you don't, I think most ships come with that. So even if they're not docked, they're able to unload. I don't need two. I just need one. Let's do a wooden crane that goes this way. These things are not meant to go fast, so it's okay. This thing is probably on a rotation, so I go rotate and just do. Okay, so that we can unload his own cargo just in case. This is the deck where the cargo is loaded. Let's do some deck doors. I'm getting into design here, but this is what I love doing. I love solving these things, right? Making human things. Wow, what the heck? Okay. This curve just needs to be a little bit more like this to look nice. Yeah, that's good. Like a little nice tear shape. Yes, right there. And there's another one on the other side, don't forget. We'll give it a little bit of a lip. Just a tiny bit of a lip. So that way, if it's wet or going through the air or rains, this will make the water run a little bit better. So yeah, even though this stuff doesn't exist, we design it as if it's there, right? There's like, I put myself onto this ship. Go, what do I see if I look left, look right? What kind of function would I want? And these things add a lot of cool things for other people to enjoy, right? Like the 3D modeler, they can start adding their own ideas on top of this as well. Because they're seeing the stuff you're putting in, they'll now put their own ideas on top. And that's the collaborative team effort that's going to make these things come alive. And it gets everybody excited. That's why I meant earlier when I wrote, believe in your designs, be confident, like your stuff. Because we could feel it if you're geeking out on this stuff. I haven't really solved this part. Let's just draw a little bit of detail. Let's do two doors. A little division in the middle. Generally, they have maybe some like symbol right here. Door, door, door. Little staircase right there. Little staircase right there. Normally the navigation will be here on the tall ship or up here, but this one we don't need it. We could make this into an upper deck for something else. Who knows? What else do we need? What else do they have on ships? We don't have radios in this world. No radios. We don't need antennas. Lifeboats we already have. Could be these guys. This is fine. I think we're good. We're good with this one, I think. I want to do something in the front. Don't they have like little angels and little things in the front of these things? Let's see if we could put one. What symbol could we use? We're going vertical. Little bird symbolizing going upwards. It's kind of big, huh? Yeah, that's fine. Looks like a duck. Okay. Whatever. All right, that's our ship. All right, so we got this guy, we got this dude. So airship figured out. Scale it up a little bit. This one's pretty much eating up the whole page. This one we could just make it slightly bigger. Let's put in the side profile here just to make the page look nice. Bloop. We can make this one a little bit bigger just to eat up the negative space. Good. Okay, let's flatten everybody. Copy paste again, make it slightly darker. And that is our airship completed. All right, so let's take one more break here and finish up with some shot designs and we're done. I think we're gonna run to 4 hours. Okay, let's try it. Let me take a pause and we'll be right back. Alrighty, we are back and I just checked the editor and we are already at 3.5 hours. This might be the longest design cinema I've ever recorded. So I'm gonna try to hurry up and finish the last section maybe within a half an hour. So I'm gonna keep this under 4 hours, maybe around 4 hours. So what I'm gonna do now is do some shot designs to wrap this whole thing up. I don't think I could do as many as I originally planned, but let's try to do at least a few. So let me go back to, I think it was this page, this page. Remember we made these notes. So right now, actually on this one, we have done airship exterior. Oh, we didn't do interior. I really want to do interior. We'll see. So let's try to do a few of these shots. Let's try to do maybe the farmhouse, the wall defense. We already did this one. Right, rich section, maybe. Let's see. Let's do farm interior or poor interior. Let's do a few of these, okay? So these are all these ones going to do as a shot design. So let's go to these, okay? So I made some grids with 2:3:5 ratio in them, right? So these are kind of presentation shots in which the camera is directly in it. So you can sort of see, hopefully these show up on YouTube. You can see there's some faint grids in there. So that's going to give me some random camera shots, right? And I'm just going to draw it directly on top and let me do this as fast as I can. It's going to be pretty loose, but we'll get some stuff down. Let's start with, let's just start with the farm, okay? So because I pre-designed some stuff earlier, right? The side view of those buildings, I sort of have an idea what I want to do with this. So let's do this. Let's block stuff out, okay? So this is going to be the farm district. We're going to keep that motif going, that visual cue of being vertical. So these are farmhouses, a little bit port areas. So here my main thing is about blocking out where the major forms go, because now we're dealing with composition. Okay? So it's not just purely designing the form itself, but designing the shot as well. So this one would be really cool if I put some kind of machining here that could work the land. So let's put the buildings in first. Here's our main house. Go outside, and then we have these kind of the Vietnam rice field kind of thing, right? Because we're on a hill, so these lands go out that way. Horizon's right about here. So again, this is exactly what I do in the real world. Once I figure enough stuff out, I start designing shots. So, and then get the major geometry in there so we could figure this stuff out in 3D, right? These camera angles can all change eventually, but I want to figure out how much information do I need to sell this particular area. So here I want to sell the farmhouse itself, and probably some kind of functional thing. So, for example, some auto loading thing. My dog's back there doing something. What's he doing? Scratching his pad. Okay, so it might pick up some noise from my dog back there. It's way past his bedtime. You guys see the clock right there? It's 11:43 p.m. on a Friday. Okay. So these ones I'm gonna do again fast as I can just to get the shots in there. So farmhouse there, and then the back is the mountains. These are probably a little bit harder for you guys to see clearly what's going on. But this is generally the roughness I do for my own roughs for these shots as well. It's just holding the space there and also what I need to design. And a lot of it I start to figure out in 3D. So we'll definitely have to do an episode in which we do that so you can see how these things progress forward. So each area has its main selling points. This is the farmhouse, how they grow these farms, right? And something with function in it. So I'm gonna do like some kind of vehicle. It'd be kind of cool if they have a, I know it's medieval times, but instead of an ox pulling, they might have some kind of machine pulling the, what do you call those things that rake the land or whatever, right? The soul machines or something, right? Where they put the seeds. All right, so this is kind of cool. This is our farmhouse right over here. I think maybe something I could do is, let me see, since it's getting kind of late, I could do a few of these and then I could wake up tomorrow morning and do a few behind the scenes. So then we could show you a few more drawings. Maybe we'll do that, I don't know. Maybe not. I don't want to continue recording. Let's just finish this tonight. Okay. Because I don't work weekends, man. It's a rule I have for myself. I don't do anything on weekends. We're actually 15 minutes away from hitting Saturday. I'll probably break my own rule for a little bit, but normally, yeah, I don't work I don't do OT at all. So we don't do that in our company either. And those are things I'll talk about in my next episode, how to achieve that kind of goal. So you have a really nice work-life balance, and still be very successful at it. There are ways to do that, right? I used to do overtime when I was very, very young, but since I was, I think when I reached about age 28, 29, I told myself I won't do overtime ever. So I don't, and still able to run companies and do all sorts of stuff without having to work on weekends, or overtime. So my work hours are pretty much 10 o'clock to 6 p.m. Nowadays, I go home at around 5, so. All right, so this is our nice farm shot. I think that's pretty good. All right, let's do another one. Let's just use this shot. This will be my medium neighborhood shot. Let's see here. This is the one with the round towers. So got a nice perspective right here. So I could put a building right in front of the camera. Let's block out a few things. Now I don't want things to be on perfect 90 degrees, just like this farm. All right, everything's kind of like slightly off because we're building on the side of a mountain here. So there's no way they could build a perfect grid. And that's something that 3D, again, traps you very early on. So we want to avoid that for this thing. So even though I have a grid, I don't want to build everything on a grid. I'm putting things at different angles, you can see. We still want to capture that verticalness that we had in the drawing we had earlier. In fact, I should bring that over. Let me see where that drawing go. It's over here somewhere. Here. I need to borrow you for a little bit. And we're gonna go, where are we here? I'm just gonna put this over here as a reference for myself. A little too small, I can't even see it. Just put it over here. And just basically put these buildings into the shot. Move the composition around to establish good shot design. This one's up close. This will be our foreground element. We have a staircase going through here. Kind of like that. So the building here. Because I have that side view figured out, so when we build stuff in 3D to block stuff out, we'll build it with these geometry, and then we'll place it in 3D to get the shot. So that's why I don't do these too detailed, because I just need the placeholders to sort of where the composition, where things go. And then we'll build big blocks. So I'll show you all that stuff in Blender. We'll build out big blocks and then place out the areas that we need to get the shot, and then we finish the rest of it in Photoshop. But I'm drawing these pretty rough, mostly for time reasons. Okay. We can actually get a close-up here. So I love doing shots in which we could see the interior while we're on the exterior. So for example, I could open up a window here and we could look inside. Actually, it could be a balcony right here. It's perfect for a balcony. So this could be a door. Right, and then this could actually go inside the room. And then we could see some furniture and some window. Then we could get some everyday details in here. All right, so this is side of a building with some of the machines. And then we can actually see into it. So the dude standing here is about right there. So this is a balcony right about here. And this will be a nice shot design that follows pretty standard compositional rules of foreground, midground, background. And then this is a very skinny alleyway here. So I'd use silhouettes to indicate this. Right, then we have those bridges that cuts through. Another one here. Right, this was from one of the Hong Kong references actually. Or the Asia, I'm not sure that was Hong Kong, but it has these kind of stairs that do this, which looks really cool and very different because you don't have that in medieval settings. Yeah, that's pretty cool looking. I dig it. So very dense, right? That's the word I wanted, was dense. I wanted this place to just feel very claustrophobic almost in a way, because there's so many people living in such a small space and everything's vertical. So notice I captured this vertical space thing, so you can see a person here, person there. It goes way down below. Darken this line weight to indicate foreground. Right, this could be a lamp right here. There's a table. There's a table legs. Yeah, I know it's messy, but that's the whole point of a sketch. Capture the idea. Okay, this is some wood going that way to help us perspective. And that's the interior. We can have some painting on the wall. Another little window. All right, this composition is working pretty well. Left side, kind of messy right now. I think left side I don't like because it repeats. We don't need to repeat that information. What we could do is we could put some further stuff away, like a cliff, and then we could put buildings way in the distance. Just to get that city vibe. It's almost like we're looking at a the CBD area or something, right? A lot more cities back here. That's cool. That's cool. So we get a nice range of stuff to sell in this drawing. Because remember, each of these drawings are going to have to sell some kind of idea. So this one's selling a neighborhood. The inside of this town. Isn't this way more interesting than doing just a tower with some guy standing in it? I hope some of you guys find this to be pretty cool, right? That makes you want to do something like this too, because this is when you can start telling stories. And imagine going to an interview and someone asks you, "Hey, tell me about this drawing." Right, this design, you have so many things to tell because we thought of this, right? You can tell your little basic story and how you came up with it, your design cue, the vertical stuff you're using, right? The integration of the materials, all sorts of stuff. And when you have that, we could tell by the way you tell your story that you are passionate about design, right? That word is, kind of overused, the passion word, but it's true. We could tell when someone's really into what they like to do, right? That energy is really, really nice to have on a team environment. Right, because we enjoy working with people who like what they do. Okay. Yeah, this composition is messy as heck, but I kind of know what's going on. So, all right, this is pretty good. Let's do another one. Let's move him out of the way. Let's do what should we do? Let's do interior. Let's do interior. So let's do this one, where the kid is going into boarding school or something. So maybe this is a dorm where a lot of students are studying. So I'm gonna put a big old stove thing here. Hold on a second, let me check my phone. Okay. This one's gonna be pretty fun. I can sort of see it. The grid's kind of helping me see the world a little bit. So this is gonna be some, almost like the one you see in the train, the steam cooking thing. So this will keep everybody warm, and they will offshoot some pipes into other rooms. And then this one, I'll use a little bit of grid here. This is my horizon line. So again, playing with vertical space here. So it's a much, much taller space than normal medieval building. Pillared. So this is the roof, so very tall roof. Little windows. Little railing. So essentially these could all be little beds over here. It's like a dorm thing. Support beam. More beds. This way you could tell a lot of personal stories and detail the crap out of this stuff. Okay. Now I do want to get a close-up object here to sell the main character. Right, so they're in some kind of school. This is the dorm essentially. So let's draw their room. So I'm going to offset this at an angle. Let's put this at this angle. So this, because this whole space, right, it's not 90 degrees. That's part of my design thing. I don't want everything to be perfect. I also don't want things to be on the same level. So even in this one, I think what I'll do is I'll add some of these staircase things within here and put these floors on a slightly offset angle. I think that's cool. That's part of our design thing that we discussed very early on. Things are on multiple levels. So this floor is here. Ideally, it'll be right here, but we're going to raise it up to here. They're offset. I think these are all things that we're going to pitch. If this is a, if I'm in a design meeting, I'm going to pitch this to the whoever's in charge of making decisions of these things, right? And I'm going to make my point, saying this could be pretty cool. And if I'm in an art director position, these are things I could actually make decisions for the company, right? And hopefully they believe in me and we try it. If it doesn't work, then we waste a lot of money. All right, this is pretty cool. It's gonna be a little hard to see here that they're offset, but if we build this out a little bit better in 3D, it's easier to see. But I think that is pretty cool. It's something you just don't see as often, but it still doesn't break it or make it weird. We're not trying to be weird or different to be different. It's part of our design spec. It's like this place is built on a freaking giant cliff. It's very hard to build things on equal levels, right? You're going to have offset stuff, and that's part of what makes this space interesting. Here's the other roof. And again, if you think you have a better idea or you have your own way to solve these things, do it. That's what we want to see. All right, so we have this much space to sell some story, which is pretty cool. So this is a little balcony. We're gonna have a little wood thing here. Let's put a bed right about here. So this is our main character's little bed area. Let's put a big beam right here. So this part of the room is on a slight different angle, almost a 45 or 35-degree angle from the rest of the house. A little bit more beds here. Now we're gonna do a rule of 1, 2, 3. So we have foreground, midground, background. We don't have background yet. I think I could put background here because we have mid, which is here. We have our selling point in the foreground. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open up a window right about here, and that'll give us the background. Let's make our window very long and tall because that's again part of our design motif or cue. Just here, and then surround it with some stone. And here we would tell personal stories now, right? Remember the thing we talked about last episode in which you don't do IKEA furniture, we do, or IKEA set dressing, we tell personal stuff. So we could see like maybe this person likes to read a lot of books. So they got a lot of little books hanging over here by this little area. Let's give it a little light. This is where you have a lot of fun. This is where I really enjoy stuff. So if you're, once you move into 3D, this is the area you could totally flush out with lots of little personal details. Are they messy? Are they clean? Right? So here's a bed thing. Here's a pillow. I need to look at my reference real quick. I have reference for medieval time farm and houses. Let me see here. Let me zoom in on my reference. Okay, so I could get some ideas of what to put in here. Okay. Oh yeah, they have pillows, huh? Okay, so oops, my color got changed. Pillow. Sometimes Photoshop bugs out. Look at that. Still give me black color. Here we go. Okay. I'm drawing with a slightly dark red, and it's something I like to do. Okay, so it's a pillow. They have a little shelf right here. Some stuff hanging on the wall. So maybe what should we hang on the wall? Some flowers, dry flowers. Okay. Okay, these are story things now. So I don't know how to think those things out. Let's do an arc right here. Let's do another arc going this way. So we have this little space for our hero. And we could see outside. And it would be pretty cool. What we could do is we could light this thing so everything is in shadow except for a little bit of sliver of light out the window in which we could see some of the outside land, and then the rest is blue sky. That would be pretty cool in terms of lighting. Okay. A lot more personal stuff we could put in here, which we could think about later. Right now I just want the composition placement out there. We evolve those details as we go. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Okay, I don't need that no more. Look at that, we got 3 shots already. Let's do like 1 or 2 shots. Let's do that. Let's do this one. This one looks like a perfect location for a dock for Airship. So we have Airship design, so we could just use one of these. Let's use the big one. Copy. Where are we here? Let's try to do, let's finish this page and we call it a day, huh? Okay, so there's my Airship. This one almost fits exactly into my composition here. So we got to do is just skew it a little bit. It's almost a side view anyway, so let's just keep it a side view. Fix this a little bit. Because once we build this stuff in 3D, we'll have the models too, right? So then we could place it in these shots very easily. One there, one there. This one doesn't have a crane on top, okay? So we could then design the docks, right? This will be the docks. Let me mark it real quick. So this is room. This is farm. This is exterior city. and this is dock. I have to mark stuff in so that way I know my progress, what I'm actually doing. Hold on, let me answer a message on my phone real quick. Okay. So this is where we load cargo. I figured they'll have a bunch of boxes and stuff like that. This panel should open, actually, technically. It will make it easier to unload. I love solving things like this. This is just fun stuff. So this panel opens. Where does it go? Opens up will not work. Open down will create this form. Yeah, I'll create this form. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Does that work? Hold on one second. Oh, we have a freaking engine here, huh? We can't do it. We can only open it here. We can open it here. Hold on one second. Let me just go back to that one. Kind of getting blocked down by details, but it's okay. No, where are we? This one. We'll just make this smaller. We'll make this a little smaller. Okay, because we have an engine here that's gonna eat up that space. Okay, so something like that. And then these are all loaded full of cargo. Hold on, I'm gonna answer one more text message. Okay, so we gotta have a dock loading to here. Hey, we could put the little baby airship in there too. We could put this one in there too. Fly in the background somewhere. Copy. Paste. Something like that. Doesn't look so good. Okay, who cares? It's in there. Okay. All right, so what we're gonna do. So let me move this whole thing over just a bit. Whoops, not that guy. This one over just a bit. I kind of want to put something here. Let's see. I'm gonna look at my reference real quick of the shipyard in medieval times. Boing, 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 boing. Okay, let's see what we got. What details do we got? Okay. All right, let's see. Let's do a tower here. I don't want to cut the front of the nose here. So we're going to have some kind of structure here. And then all the cargo is loaded here. Bunch of cargo. Okay. Then we have people loading it onto this ship. Okay, now that's looking pretty good. Okay, and then we have the rest of the city down here. Let's put a cliff. Let's put a cliff right in here. Gotta still put ourselves in this world, right? So this guy's not independent out there. He's still part of these cliffside things. We gotta indicate some of the cliff. Let's put some of the cargoes holding near, some dude up here controlling that. Some people working over here. Right, telling stories. This stuff's starting to come alive. Okay, clouds. So those watching, you know, those who say, hey, AI could do all this, try it. You know, try to do all these things I just done, you know, and keep it consistent in the single world. And it's hard, man. I don't think he could. That's why, you know, we work in industry. We don't care about the AI stuff at all. Doesn't affect our work. But yeah, if you're just doing towers and putting, you know, render on a landscape, yep, that stuff you could do really, really well. And but that's not what we do on our daily jobs. This stuff you're seeing here is what we do. Figure things out. Okay, cargo. Yeah, that shot looks pretty cool, man. I like it. Okay, so let's see. Let's put some people in here for scale to remind myself how big these things are. This one's self-explanatory. This one, little guy right there. Okay. Let's just finish the rest of these two shots and call it a day, huh? Let's do this. Let's do the outer defense here. Remember the walls on the bottom? How should we do this? We got a perfect one. This could be almost like the bedroom set, in which we get a little bit interior with exterior. So let me see how I could do this. This is just shot design I personally like. I like to see very up close stuff, really far away stuff in the same shot. So that way I could do personal or human sized design stuff and far away establishing shot all at the same time. So from the client perspective or from the pitching perspective, you get a lot of value for what you're putting in, right? What's that saying? They're saying a lot of bang for the buck, whatever it's saying, right? So these shots could actually incorporate a ton of design in them. So I got medium level design here for like one of the guard towers, one of the walls, and then I can have really far away shots in here as well. And then the selling point here is I want to build my walls at a slight angle. And then go this way. How would they even build this in medieval times? It's okay, my world is not exactly realistic. Okay, but the selling point here is I'm going to sell some just slanted walls. Something like that, little tower way in the back. We still want to keep that vertical motif going, so everything is just stretched out. Everything is long and elongated, like so. Okay, so here's my close. So we could put a roof right here, which is kind of cool. Keep the soldiers out of the rain, or guards. We actually don't need soldiers, they're not fighting nobody. They're just making sure that the creatures below don't climb up. This is a little thing. And then we could put another balcony here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do an exterior, interior, exterior, all in the same shot. So let me try to explain what's going on here. So here's a balcony. Okay, here's a little doorway. We could put a little soldier guy about that big here. Little window. This is the roof above them. These are towers way in the distance. All these we have to fine tune and design, right? But the placeholder is there. Horizon's right there, so this is the land below. And then these are clouds over here. Yay, okay. And then this is a building here. Like so, that's the end of the building. Another low balcony, and then we could open up this section here to have stairs going down, and then we could open up to the inner city here. So we could have staircase here, some staircases over here, right? So we could reveal a little bit of the inner zones. This will be like kind of like the poor neighborhood, right? Because we're kind of low to the ground here. So we could sell some of those structures back there. So because I've done a lot of production paintings in my life, so I find that these things, when you're working to pitch ideas, they're very, very helpful. Because again, they contain a lot of information. So, and clients or directors, they feel like these things are very valuable because they get a lot of information out of them, right? Because you're essentially designing multiple things in one shot. They're hard to do. But they work really well because they could find all sorts of stuff they could sell. They're like, hey, I like the the way you did the floor design here, right? Because we could design everything here out. Like For example, like maybe this one's slightly slanted like this, right? They could find all sorts of details. You could put like some weapons over here. So you could fill this stuff in with just whatever your mind come up with, and sell all these little areas within a single shot. Put some airship back here. Scratch my these things. You know what look cool? It's like, you know, those what do you call those? Like those coffins with a bunch of little nails inside them, something like that. So these could be iron plates that faces downwards. So if the monsters start climbing, we could actually drop them. Look, another design just came up on the spot, right? So the way this works is like this will have a little hinge right over here, and then we have some chains hold it that way. So this will have some chains hold it that way, hold it here, right? You can see that, right? So then as the monsters start to climb, we just loose the chain, this whole thing. Here, let's do some basic animation. Go, whoop, you know, slam downwards. So I don't know, it could be cool, right? So because remember, I want to put design or functional things into every scene. And this will be a functional design. Be kind of cool. And then something that we hide from the audience. In the AI Cannot Do episode, I mentioned about second and third level reveals. So this will be a nice reveal design, in which the audience might not guess that design. All right, look at this. Shots coming together, and we have one more to go, and we could wrap this up pretty soon. Look at that. Shot number 5. So we call this one, this is what, the defense wall? Okay, I need to look at my notes to see what else we need to do. Where'd it go? It's this one, I think. No, it's this one. Doop. Check. Rich area. I don't want to do the rich area. I think we're done enough of those. Oh, let's do interior of the airship, then we'll call it done. So go here. So last one we do airship. Airship interior. So let's run it with, oh, since we have that ship right here, perfect. We don't even need to get the reference. We have it in front of us. So let's do the shots. Not the captain's quarters, because the captain's quarters is going to be pretty standard. I think it'll look like a real captain's quarter from a tall ship. I want to do this section. I think this section is interesting. So let me go back to my airship real quick to see what that might look like. I'm just going to try to figure this out real quick. So I'm the cross section here, and take a shot at this angle. So we have a bridge here. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to think this out in 3D. So we've got a bridge here, exit door here. So we need a staircase here. A little upper deck with some guy to be up here. Another staircase going down. The bottom is crew quarters. Okay, I kind of got it. All right, let's figure this out. Boom, 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 boom. This is hard, but let's try to do it. Okay. Hey, this shot's perfect for it too. Okay, so let's see. So boop. Okay, let's see if this works. I gotta review the ship one more time. Okay, we're bumped this way, and we got windows at that angle. Okay, let's do it. It's not gonna be perfect, but it's gonna be close to what I want probably. And again, we can solve some of this stuff in 3D. The reason why I'll do this is because I want to show the baby ships, right? Because we have the little holes for the pilots to get into the baby ships. Okay, so that first door is going to be right about here. So let's see. This is some engineering stuff going on over here. Okay, so we have the window here, side port window here, the little port on the top. This is a floor. I know it's kind of confusing. Let me try to draw this out first. Right below is going to be a door. Right about here. This could go a little higher. Then we could raise this door. Okay. Again, it's not going to be super perfect, but in my mind, I'm starting to figure this stuff out. Okay. Then stairs going this way, and then stairs going that way. Oh yeah, this is fun. Okay, so this is the pilot area. So when you have, for now, let's just use a wheel railing around it so the pilot doesn't fall off. He needs a way to get up there. So we could use, all this stuff is place holding, but it's in somewhat of a logical space that we could figure out. Okay, that's the door to the outside observation deck. The stair goes down. This part has a very unique shape because of the outside. It has a concave. And then this part gets narrower and narrower. Right? Kind of like inside of a whale or something. Yep, okay, that's correct. This part has a concave as well. Right about here. And this is where we get the other door. A little hatch. We could put like a little hatch. There's windows here. One here. One here. Right, and the other side, that'll be right about here. Right, these windows are the ones we see here on top, right? Not exactly in the right place exactly right now, right? So let me see. Come on, this layer to open these windows. Okay, so right now our camera's here pointing this way. This is the shot. Something like that, right? We're off, I think, with this door, this height, but close enough for now as a rough. Okay, let's go back. In fact, to fix this, I think all we gotta do is shrink this down and put it here. Because looking at that drawing, everything is a little bit bigger than I have here. There we go. That fits the space much better. So if that's the case, I could put a staircase here to make it go up. This is the stuff I really enjoy doing because I come from an industrial design background, so I like to figure stuff out, like this kind of stuff out. And I do a lot of this in my real job. So we just recently designed this ship that has just multiple parts in it. So I came off fresh off that, so I'm kind of enjoying this process right now as well. We don't need this no more. Railing. I know, super messy, but it's getting the point across. Like this, like that. Flip this back. Now we can decide what we put down here, right? So if this is a cargo ship, the crew is not going to be very comfortable. So we can always put the front area as crew quarters. This is a lower deck. So this way leads to the exit. Of course, we could set dress this like crazy. Right now it's empty. We haven't set dressed it. Ideally, we want this space to be just filled with stuff. Like, you know, they go on a journey to another one of those towers. Probably takes, say, 2 weeks, maybe a month to go back and forth. So they have to bring all their food with them and all sorts of stuff. And that's where we could load all these sections up with details. This is also one of those things that AI cannot do. We talked about matching interior with exterior unless it starts building stuff in 3D, which it has, I think. Some AI programs could do that now, but not to this degree that we're doing, which it has actually have really good design. Okay, this window cannot be on the beam, so so down here, I'm not sure what to put, you know, so I think for now we could just put like beds and, you know, hammocks and stuff like that where the crew could sleep, and then more storage and all sorts of boxes, you know, the stuff you see in a cargo ship, just a very messy stuff, and then tie down with rope. Put some foreground elements here. And we have a little porthole here that goes out to the side baby ships. We have one this side as well, somewhere right about there. So let's put a little human for scale. So this is the captain or the pilot. Be up here. Probably need a navigator. up here as well, looking throughout the window. And then this is the door right below. So there's a guy here. We scale this to here. Then the guy here is about this big. Oh, a little too big. And then back here is about this big. So it's a pretty big ship, about the size of a tall ship actually. Right. The height of this is about 3 people high. Let's see. 1, 2, yeah, about 3 high. We could check that against our rough and see if we're kind of close. Just real quick. These are things I have to just do just to see. All right, so we have a guy here. Oops. Another one here. All right, so that, and then we have one more here. Yeah, about right. We're almost there. Almost the same height. All right, I think slightly higher, about 3.5, maybe tall, this place. All right, but close enough for our rough. Whoa, what do I have? Okay, here we go. Yeah, actually pretty close. This is a cool little interior. I like it. Look how much stuff we get. We get the bridge design. We could, put all those cool dials and also stuff you see in old ships, right? The little, what are those things they talk to? Oh, don't close. Those little things that they have to the engine room, these kind of things. Put all that stuff in there. All the navigational things like those brake and speed things that they have on ships, right? Put all that stuff in to build. Put cool lights over here. That's a cool door. Design this railway out. This could be a hollow area right about here, so it could go underneath it. Look at all the cool stuff we could do, right? So, and then this is observation ship. So before they go out, they might carry some stuff with them, like some maybe what do you call those guns that shoots a spear gun. There we go, spear guns. Getting tired. Okay. So they gotta hunt monsters with it. All right. Yeah, good. Look at that. So we got 6 shots done in hopefully half an hour. So let me wrap this up and let me just do a quick finishing and then we call this episode done. Okay, so let me close this out. I'll be right back. Alrighty, and we are gonna wrap this up because I checked the time and we are 4 hours. This is definitely the longest design cinema I've ever done. Hope you guys find this interesting. Let me know. But actual drawing time is only 3 hours, which is pretty good, considering the stuff we have done so far. Just to wrap this, take a look. We have done the shot designs. We have some airship designs. We have some establishing shots. We have some other establishing shots, plus we have some detail shots. Quite a bit of stuff for 3 hours of work, right? So this is a Monday. If we start at 10 a.m., we're only at noon, essentially like 1 p.m., right? So plenty of time in the afternoon, eat a good lunch and come back and do a few more. So pretty productive in a day's work to get a bunch of stuff solved. And in fact, you could slow this down and do this whole thing in a week, do a bunch of sketches and use the following week to flush it out. So yeah, that's the demonstration I want to show you guys. But before we wrap this up, I do want to do a quick thing. Remember I talked about how these things are worth value, right? To build this out in a kind of a AAA level or even a big, like a JRPG 3D model, this thing's going to cost a lot of money. So even if we rough estimate this, right? Imagine we needed probably 10 3D modelers to build this, right? Modelers. Just for you guys to see, oh, can't even spell right now. I just get mod, okay? Let's say they make about 80K average a year, okay? We probably need about 5 texture artists, okay? Let's just say they're 80K a year too, okay? We need maybe 3 VFX. Okay, let's put them at, let's just do everybody at 80K as an average, right? So because the high, it could be 120, 130, the low could be the 65s. So I think 80 is a good average. 3x VFX, let's go 2x MISC, okay? Maybe 2x programming support, okay? So everybody's at 80K. This is actually a pretty low number. We're looking at only 15, 18, 20, 22 people. I think this will take about half a year to produce. So if you look at the money here, this is already 800,000 a year. This is 400K, right? This is 240. This is 160K. This is 160K, right? So if you add this together, we're at 1.2, 1.6, about 1. Okay, let's just add this together real quick on the calculator, just for fun. Because sometimes students forget that the things we're designing cost studios lots of money to put together. So far we only spent 3 hours drawing. We have to really flush this stuff out, make this stuff have value. Well, what am I doing here? 800 plus 400 plus 240 plus 160 plus 160. Okay, we're at 1.76 million. So let's spend half a year working on this. Then we're looking at 1760 divided by 2, $808,000. All right, that's how much this asset will cost to make. Okay, so I'm still leaving out a bunch of stuff like sound design, maybe pathfinding for AI, all sorts of stuff. And I think something this big will actually take longer than half a year. It'll probably take a year to produce. So we're talking about an asset that could cost easily $1 million to make. So imagine you as a concept designer, your job is to sell this to the client, convince them to commit this time and money and all these people involved to make this asset. So if you just do something really simple, don't even put thought behind it, how could you expect the clients to pay you for this kind of stuff when it has no value? Okay, so hopefully this puts a little bit of perspective on how these things work, right? Our job is to sell products. All right, I think we gotta wrap this up because it is past midnight here and I'm half an hour into my don't do overtime or work on weekends rule. So I hope you guys enjoyed this super long episode. I actually had quite a bit of fun producing it. I'm kind of happy that it came out pretty okay, considering that nothing was really planned except for the reference images. So thank you so much, and I will see you guys in episode 4, okay, which I'm going to show you guys how to prepare your own business for concept design, and then we'll jump back into this in episode 115. All right, so thank you so much. This is Feng Zhu signing off. I'll see you guys in episode 114. Signing off. Bye-bye.